Hello, 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 everybody, and welcome to the next episode, the very special Arc 3 interlude of Transplanar RPG. I almost said of Three Black Halflings because we've got Jasper here. Jasper William Cartwright of Three Black Halflings here as our special interlude guest. But before we get to him, yes, we're just going to go around and do a quick round of introductions. As always, if you don't know what this is, you are tuning into Transplanar RPG. We are an odd transgender people of color led 100% homebrew, Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition live streamed actual play campaign set in an original non-colonial anti-orientalist world. I am your GM and executive producer, Connie. My pronouns are they, he, and she. You can find me on all the social medias at by Connie Chong. With that, I'm going to pass along introductions to Lyra.
Hello, everyone. My name's Lara. I use they, she pronouns. I'm a musician and Japanese linguist and translator. Currently gigging around the Twin Cities. Check me out as the artistic director of Shout, Minnesota's trans and gender diverse voices and all trans me-led now vocal group choirs based in the Twin Cities. Check us out on Facebook and Instagram at Shout Minnesota. We've got some super cool, super cute stuff lined up for in the next couple of months. Other than that, I stream on Twitch sometimes. I mean, it's been like 8 months, but give me a follow or whatever. Rika Honda. That's Rika, and then Honda like the car company. And is that it? That's it. I'll pass on introductions to Erica.
Hi everybody, it's me, Erica. She, her pronouns, and I play V Scherzo. She, her pronouns as well, that lovable elf who probably has your wallet. And I also am a streamer on this platform that we are having mixed feelings about right now. I recently completed a subathon playing Echo the Dolphin, which if you want my quick take on that, I hate that game. But you can come check me out at Erica New Girl. We play a variety of things, lots of horror games, but it's going to be a good time, I think. And should we save our guest for move on to Max?
I'm the guest now. Hi, I'm Max. I'm they them pronouns, and I'm not the guest. I I do some sewing. I make like pride flag masks, among other things. And you can find me on Etsy at Stitchmonger and also on Instagram at Stitchmonger. I've been forgetting to plug my Transplanar promo code. If you go to my Etsy and use the code Transplanar at checkout, you get 15% off of anything. So come look at me there. I will pass it to C.
Hey y'all, my name is C. I am a professional dancer, a dramaturg, a TTRPG person. I make a lot of digital art, which you can see on the overlay here. You can find me making lots of gay, lots of trans, very sexy art, apparently, on the internet, on Twitter, Twitch, Tumblr, everywhere, Instagram, at pi_sharp_art. You can also find me streaming occasionally on Twitch at pi_sharp. I messed that up. I'm sorry. It's because I'm who I am as a person. I play
Wait, what are your pronouns?
They, them. Did I not say it?
Did I forget?
It? Oh my god.
Nobody knows.
Okay, I know. Okay, well, my pronouns are they, them, and so are Oka's, your local horrible god taxi. And with that, I will pass it along to the amazing guest, Jasper!
Hey everyone! I'm so excited to be here. I can't tell you how excited I am to be here. I've been looking forward to this all day because it's in the evening over here in the UK because that's where I'm based. Yes, but I am Jasper. I use he, him pronouns, and I am 1/3 of Three Black Halflings, which is a Dungeons & Dragons / TTRPG like talk show. We do a bunch of guests on there. We talk a lot about making the game more accessible and inclusive for everyone, so please go check it out if you haven't. We have, in fact, the amazing Connie on our upcoming actual play season. That's right, the whole season Connie is playing an incredible time wizard named Hushir, and I can't wait for you to listen to it. It's going to be absolutely unreal. That's going to be dropping on next Thursday, I believe. So please make sure you go check out Three Black Halflings for that, because it's going to be absolutely epic. And thank you all so much for letting me be here. This is an absolute honor, and I'm so excited to play.
Absolutely,
We're
Jasper.
So hyped to have you.
Yeah, and wait, who? I see on your intro blurb in our chat that you were a guest GM on a very small indie podcast. Is that true?
Yeah, it was just a little podcast called NADPod. I don't know how, but I was asked to be and am and was and forever will be the first ever guest DM on NADPod, and it was very, very cool to get to play with them. We went back into Bohemia, which is their first campaign, and it was truly epic. So yeah, please, go check that out. It was if you want to hear me DM some absolute shenanigans for the Band of Boobs, that was a very fun thing that happened, and I'm still a bit like, did I do that? Okay, I did that thing. That was cool. Okay, cool, fine.
Heck yeah. So I just want to give, as always, a really, really big thank you to our Patreon paragons. These are patrons pledged to our highest tier on Patreon. So thank you so much to Abigail Rytel, Azura, Brooke Bright, Cassidy Barnes, Charles, Cora Eckert, Lex Slater, Moonflower Tea, Purple Mouse, and Risa. And as always, here is a very special haiku in your dedication. So count the syllables to make sure I didn't fuck up. Time for a dream heist. What could possibly go wrong? Probably a lot. Hey. Also, we are officially sponsored by Roll20 through their Spotlight program. Roll20 is a digital tool set and a virtual tabletop where you can play your favorite tabletop role-playing games with your friends no matter where you are. We love Roll20. Check them out. And with that, I'm going to pass along announcements to C.
Oh, you know it. You love it. Arc 1 episodes 1 through 9 are now available in podcast form on Spotify, Apple Music, Podbean, wherever you get your podcasts. Those release every Tuesday from Arc 1 onward. Patrons get early access to all that stuff, as well as things like exclusive character sheets, haiku from Connie, and even a chance to have your Tabletop OC cameo in our live stream. Use the ! Patreon command in chat to pull that up and pledge today, especially as we're moving away from Twitch. We are also, this is maybe the most important, this is very exciting. We are super excited to announce a brand new piece of programming coming to the Transplanar verse. Andake Anthologies is a multi-part mini-series that will run alongside our main campaign, featuring an entirely new cast and everyone's favorite GM, Connie. Volume 1 of Andake Anthologies is, drumroll please, here we are. The Hounds of Mercy versus Mercy's 7 Evil Exes and all of Andake, featuring the incredible players from the Mercy Me shoot and everyone's favorite reformed murder robot. The Hounds of Mercy versus Andake premieres Tuesday, September 14th at 7 p.m. U.S. Central Time and will air weekly for 8 Tuesdays following. So keep an eye out for our socials for cast announcements, exciting updates as we invite the Hounds into the fold. And with that, I'll pass along to Erica to thank all the people who make this possible.
Indeed. I love thanking all the folks who support us in several different ways, whether that's donating, subbing, gift subbing, cheering, hosting, and or rating. And these are the folks who did that during Arc 3, Episode 15. Dicey Amazon, Spooky Piku, an anonymous cheerer, Risa Malima, Marvelousness, why did I suck there? Max Morkson, Kupo Knight, Starchmonger, Crude Imposter, Nightbright, Pie Sharp, and Chill Acres. Thank you so much. And moving on to this episode, we have a $100 tip goal for our very special guest star, Jasper. And if we hit $25, our party will get a point of collective inspiration. And if we hit $50, Jasper will fill his inspiration track. If we hit $75, we'll unlock an auto crit that anyone can use, including the GM Connie. And if we hit $100, GM Connie will throw a giant spider at Jasper, who is terrified of spiders. All donations this episode will go directly into Jasper's pocket. So please, if you can support an awesome tabletop RPG performer and actor, please do so. Thank you so much ahead of time. And now, Max, with the end of Arc 3, could you please remind us what happened that led us to this interlude?
I will do my best. It's been 2 weeks. If you want to get to our recap document, you can always access it by using ! recap in the chat or going to bit.ly/transrecap. The T and the R in trans and recap are capitalized. If you don't want to read it right now, here is what I think happened last time. After attending Atalanta's funeral festivities culminating at Bacchanalia Beach, that's a lot of alliteration, jeez. The team takes some time to reflect on the events of the past few weeks. The next morning, they say their goodbyes to the loved ones Sting and Rosso before setting out with Dr. Luso, Squeak, and Oka's new elk. They arrive safely at Dr. O's homestead, where Manaya's parents are repairing the recently storm-battered house. Oka ignores the rest and recuperate order from the doctor, spending all their time in the study. Manaya has a little identity crisis not knowing who she is outside of her parents. V does a little Godspine map studying. Dewey tinkers with Dr. Lusa's haywire basement machine. And now they've headed back out towards Too Long. How are they going to get in with a bounty on one of their heads? I will pass it to Lyra. Tell us about today's title.
Of course. Moving on to the title of our Arc 3 Interlude, featuring Jasper of Three Black Halves and Gocha. Okay. As always, the titles of our episodes are taken from poems or songs written by queer, trans, and/or people of color. The title of this episode is My Dreams Now Look Like Spears, which is from page 53 of this very book right here. Yesterday I Was the Moon by Noor Unahar. Wonderful, wonderful book that I just happened to pick up one day. I was at like a secondhand store and they had a bunch of these and I was like, ooh. These poems, for the most part, don't have titles, so I will reference simply that it is on page 53, should you ever want to pick up the book. And the full poem, because it's so short, reads as follows. My dreams now look like spears that I have to hold upside down. Clench too tightly and I will bleed. Hold too lightly and that they will fall.
Thank you for that, Lyra. And now moving on to the session itself. Before I get started, I just want to acknowledge we're at 50% of our goal. So what this means is we are full up on collective inspiration. We've got 3 for anyone to spend, and Jasper is full up on personal inspiration. So you've got 3 more advantages you can use on any of your rolls.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
We're doomed.
Yes, you are doomed. Am I going to get my TPK at Jasper's character's hands? Who knows? So just as a
You die in
reminder,
real life.
Transplanar RPG is set in a grim, dark, gritty fantasy world that deals with difficult subjects that are potentially triggering to some viewers. So some content warnings for our campaign in this particular episode may include giant spiders, death, fantasy violence, horror, gore, toxic and abusive relationships, guns, natural disasters, alcohol and substance use, addiction, memory loss, emotional trauma and baggage, self-destructive behavior, bloodletting, cults and cult-like behavior, and anxiety and panic attacks described in detail. As always, you can use !CW for a list of all these content warnings at any point in the chat. And with that out of the way, let's begin. Secretive, magical, mysterious, beckoning. These words aptly describe the Silent Grove, a vast swath of emerald forest dominating the southwestern quarter of Andake's mainland. Verdant stalks of bamboo grow from mountainous slopes of mist-soaked earth. Everything smells like rain, fog, leaves. Birds sing their quick, clever songs in the mottled canopy above, while insects chitter in the underbrush below. Winding through this viridescence like a cerulean artery is the massive Biyen River, longer even than the Black Tongue in the Court of Ravens to the dampened north. Originating from Ingir Lake in the Championship of Nabal, the Biyen River gurgles past clearings, down hills, through marshlands, and across all of Too Long until it reaches the eastern border of Jukai and disappears into the foothills of the Godspine. But we're not on the eastern border here. No. This chapter of our story finds us on the northern border of the kingdom, that dotted line sketched across maps. It is a border both imagined and real, which separates Too Long from the Republic of Talmud. And for over 8 centuries, this border has remained open, a stone's throw south of the Heavenly Road, that thoroughfare of continental trade. But in recent months, the borders have closed. Emperor Zhen of Xiong, Her Imperial Majesty, Daughter of Heaven, Lord of 10,000 Years, the Dream Blessed, has passed a divine edict to close Tulong's borders for the first time in 800 years. The world is fracturing, and Tulong makes its stance clear. We are stronger alone. Oka, Manaya, Dewey, V, and Rev. You have spent the past 12 days traveling south from Dr. Aluso's homestead, through the eroded mesas of the Badlands, past the rugged peaks of the Godspine, all the way toward the northeastern tip of the Silent Grove. The grove was mountainous at the base of the Godspine, with stony peaks oscillating like heartbeats dappled with trees. You skirted along this northern border until the precipitous peaks evened out to form thick, tangled bamboo groves. And now the 5 of you find yourselves bathed in nighttime. The starless sky beats down dark and cold around you, an autumnal chill breezing through the cracks of your wagon. The 5 of you are a few minutes shy of approaching the rendezvous point, where V had supposedly secured safe passage through the Tulongan border. You are to meet a self-proclaimed sleep grifter at the base of an oak tree, marked with a sigil in thieves' cant only V and this grifter would recognize. Trudging alongside the wagon Oka, you ride your elk, who lows anxiously in the darkness. Your wagon and your elk eke along a rocky, leaf-strewn path within the silent grove, flanked on all directions by proud stalks of bamboo. And as the 5 of you ride or roll along, getting closer and closer to the Tulongan border that cuts through this parcel of the silent grove, your minds roil with the rumors you'd encountered on your way here. Travelers, merchants, refugees, mercenaries, you'd met them all in your week and a half of travel. And they had all said the same thing. That no wall, no checkpoint, no sword or spear or shield guarded the borders of Tulong. Instead, there was just fog. Dense fog, like incense. It smelled magical. You got turned around in it, saw things that couldn't possibly be real. And when you left the fog, you found yourself back the way you came, none the wiser and no closer to the kingdom at all. You heard the same phrase repeated reverently by some, frightfully by others, the dream shield. So, tell me, let's start with Manaya. What do you look like riding in this wagon, and what are you doing?
Manaya, I'm sure we'll get updated art later, but Manaya rides in this wagon kind of looking like her old self. Minus the cloak, she's more or less happy, jubilant, ready to take on a new adventure. Her hair is braided back in cornrows to a puff in the back of her head, not unlike the one that I have. And she has 2 Fulani braids coming down in front of her ears on either side. What else? Oh, her hair's tied back with the bracelet that she used to be wearing, inlaid with leaves and flowers. And her left ear is now pierced, and from it hangs a jade pendant of a Manaya, her namesake, that glows softly as it sways back and forth with the rhythm of the wagon. She's looking ahead. She's never been to Siulung past its ports, and is quite eager to get in.
Okay, now let's cut over to Dewey, maybe hobbled next to Manaya. What do you look like, and what are you doing?
I think at Dr. Lewis's homestead, Dewey took the first shower he's taken in quite some time. So he's clean. He's wearing a pair of overalls that are already dirty. What do you have against overalls? He's tinkering away. He's glad to be on the road again and going to a place that he doesn't have, like bad memories of. Yeah, he's wrapped up in his robe, his cloak, And yeah, that's about it.
Very nice. Now let's pan over to V. What do you look like and what are you doing?
Yeah, V is kind of just chilling in the back of the wagon, enjoying the fact that she no longer has to walk so many miles anymore. She's still in her new Paragon gear, you know, some shoulder pads with some different little pieces of armor on her body that have little jagged, almost tooth-like spikes sticking out. On her chest is the diamond that tends to glow a bit greener whenever she's getting ready to get in tune with the weave. She's got her wild white hair, but now has streaks of purple and green, Kelly green. Same with her eyes, kind of have match one purple, one green. You know, and despite this, she's still kind of relaxed, trying to like act normal in this new clothing for her. And she also has in her hair tied a single black feather that Rev gave to her during their time together.
Okay, speaking of which, I think Rev is leaned up next to you, right? Maybe has like an arm around you and is holding you because like this autumnal chill is starting to settle in, and it's like starting to get kind of cold, right? Like we're in like autumn now, so she's like holding you close and like sharing body heat with you. This like big, strong, right, like drow woman with her big rippling muscles is holding you and keeping you warm. And now I think we're gonna go to Oka. Oka, what do you look like and what are you doing?
Oka's chain smoking. They are sitting on their elk with its kind of prosthetic knee brace and still wrapped the elk's knees. They are they cut their hair again. They can still like kind of feel like the edges of Dream Hunter like sliding across their scalp, which is now shorn and short as it was when they first met the party. Classic, you know, drow with freckles. They have a huge scar that bisects their lips, 2 pupils in each eye, which are fixed pointedly at the path in front of them as they kind of ride ahead of the group on their elk. There's like a stick with a lantern tied to the end on one of the elk's horns. So it's kind of like serving as a like guiding light in that way. But they are like their foot is jittering and they just like their fingers are shaking and they're just going through cigarette after cigarette after cigarette after cigarette. And they keep asking the party like to turn back and just, why don't we just stop here? And, you know, it's kind of, they're like, no, we should keep going. But they are a bit of they're sweaty. They're very sweaty.
How are the rest of you responding to Oka's nervous habits?
I think V is just engrossed with the Rev right now.
You feel like you can smell the cigarette smoke like wafting through, but Rev's big strong muscles block it out. Like it like parts around you.
Hard to pay attention.
God. I think after the 6th pack, this day, this hour, this minute, no, I'm kidding. As they reach for another one, maybe Manaya puts out a hand onto theirs to sort of gently stop them. Hey.
What? It's fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine.
You're stinking up the caravan. If we're going into some fog, we're going to need to be able to breathe.
Fine. And they let go.
And as Manaya's pulling her hand back, she's going to grab the box they were reaching for.
Okay. Manaya, as you take this cigarette pack away from Oka, Dewey, how are you reacting to this?
I think Dewey's like frantically picking up the butts of the cigarettes that Oka's finished with, so they don't like, I don't know, light the thing on fire, the caravan, and like tossing them into like a metal box. And it's like, do you really want to turn back? Like we can, I don't know. Like, what are you so afraid of?
No. It's just sorry, the grove. And then they just kind of like ride ahead again.
Okay, trailing smoke, right, from your snubbed out cigarettes. And as the five of you continue along this darkened road lit by the torch mounted into Oka's elk's antler, your wagon wheels cracking, your two beloved Sangha cattle drawing this wagon plowing ahead, eventually, the five of you reach a bend in the road, where, under the light, the dim light shown by Oka's torch, you all see a wizened oak tree with some sort of sigil slathered onto the front. And as we pan up this oak tree, I think it's time, like we travel past these darkened branches, these gnarled knots and whorls in the wood, and we find someone sitting up in the canopy looking down. Boa, why don't you describe what you look like and what you've been up to?
Heck yeah. Okay, so Boa right now has a mixture of kind of these, they look like quite royal kind of colors, like quite rich colors that have just been well worn. There's sort of like quite sort of flowing like royal looking kind of dress, which seems to kind of go down and sort of splits at the sort of waist, and has this sort of bit like a silver trim to it, sort of a deep like sort of sapphire blue. And the first thing you'd probably see as like the light kind of catches is that there's like Boa has a little like a little almost like pendant like tiara on his head with a band underneath. And yeah, Boa's just like kind of leaning back in the tree right now, staring at the party. But Boa's actually been stalking the party since they entered the grove. Just following like very quietly behind. Boa makes a point of when he does these jobs to make sure that he susses them out beforehand and then decides whether he's going to meet them or not.
Totally.
Because it's way too risky to like not have a beat on the group beforehand. So I think Boa's gonna sort of jump out of the tree, land very softly, and sort of stride forward and just go, It's much too late to turn around, I'm afraid. But don't worry, I'll keep you safe. It's a pleasure to meet you. And Bo will sort of lean around and try and make eye contact with UV and be like, I assume you're Vinok Shezo?
Oh, hello. V like, quickly like gets takes Rev's arm and is all getting professional now and leaps out of the wagon. Hello, friend. It's so good to finally meet you face to face. I've heard so much about you.
I hope not too much. That would be a betrayal of my trust.
You know the kind of business we live in. You never know what's true and what's lies anyway. So
That is very, very true. I must say, I think I've heard a little bit about your group. Quite a lot you've been up to. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Bo Tien, Wang Bo Tien. Pleasure to meet you all. You sure you're ready for this journey? It won't be easy.
I think when Boa jumps from the tree, Oka makes a noise that they're kind of embarrassed about. Like they're super startled. I think they just drop whatever they're holding, and the elk skirts to the side a little bit, you know. And they try really hard to compose themselves, and they're looking up and away from Boa, specifically, and especially when he says, "I've heard a lot about you." It must be a different group. We're just merchants.
Ah, merchants. I see. My apologies. Reputations around here, they travel fast, and you can't be too careful when doing your homework. And, smuggling people across borders, you have to be careful. So I'll have to check my facts if I have indeed got that wrong. And you are not the group I thought, but should be no trouble. I will say as well that you definitely see that Boatien has a slung over over his back right now, has a jet black bow, and there's a little moment of a little tell, he definitely clings to it like it's a little bit of a safety net. I think that bow, he just checks it's there occasionally, he'll just bring his hand up and touch it.
Dewey, how are you responding to Bo?
Dewey is a little bit intimidated. Also, didn't expect someone to be waiting in a tree. And he kind of turns to V and he's like, "Smuggling? I thought we were. Is this one of your criminal? I thought we were getting across the border, like, legitimately, or just like."
I mean, we are legitimately getting across the border. Like, sometimes I confuse legitimate with literally. I thought you meant literally. I'm sorry.
The problem
Literally
is
crossing the border.
when you're merchants, even merchants these days, trade is a little stifled going in and out of too long. So you have to be, you can't be too careful. You've got to get the best help, and well, Vienok has done that. So
Yes, and for such a reasonable price too. I'm very grateful.
yes, about the price, I couldn't help but notice that your merchandise as merchants, and Bertiem will sort of reference the party, is perhaps a little more valuable than you would first let on. Wouldn't you agree?
V, are you serious right now?
No, I mean, what is value anyway? When we live in a world where the gods have left us, what do you mean? How does one establish the value of this merchandise that you see before you? I mean, 200 gold seems fairly reasonable, no?
Well, how about I take that now, and then we can discuss any other problems once we get out. Let's see how we fare getting through this next part of our of your journey, shall we? How about this? I'll knock off any gold for any one of you that doesn't make it out alive. How's that?
That sounds very reasonable. See, I told you, everybody.
That sounds
I-
terrible.
Don't worry, I
could-
have a very good track record.
At this, Manaya finally exits the back of the caravan, drawing up to her full 7.5 foot tall stature, and strides confidently over to you. Well,
Yes. Hello.
your job is our guide,
Mhm.
not a protector. I will make sure we're safe. You get us where we need to go.
Ooh,
Do not
okay.
presume to. Hang on, English. Fuck. Do not presume to increase your price, thinking your job is to protect us.
If you knew what laid beyond and my skill set, you would want to hire me as your protector. But if it is merely a guide you want, then a guide you shall have. Burr will do a deep bow and sort of gesture for the party to sort of proceed past him.
V walks past and kind of is muttering, making sure that he can hear. Well, if you're only a guide and not a protector, that should like down 100 gold, should it not? I mean, we're devaluing. But she continues forward.
Boa's just locked in eye contact with you, V, just like, mm-hmm. Like I said, let's see how we get on when we go past. I think Bo will go up to Oka though and just say, I would just like to say that there's nothing for you to really worry about. V has done a good job in bringing me on board. I promise no harm will come to you or your friends.
I think Oka is still. They were like about to get off their elk when you come over, and they kind of like look down, and there's definitely a little bit of panic, like behind their eyes, like, and they're not very good at hiding that, and they just kind of nod tersely at you and like dismount. Good. It's fine. It's fine.
Excellent.
You said you've done this before. The dream shield, people have been calling it. What is it exactly? What are we about to walk into?
What are you about to walk into? It's hard to define, as it is, you see, defined by you, all of you. There will be a moment where we shall travel through, let's say, your dreams. And we shall have to find a way to exit your dream, each of you. For should you fail to find the route through your own subconscious imaginings, you will get turned around, killed, or worse, the eternal sleep, who knows. So, all we have to do is simply travel through your dreams, and you be open and honest with me, and I shall find the solution to whatever puzzle we are faced with.
Oh, trust me. We've
Mhm.
dealt with messed up dreams plenty of times before. Visions, dreams, the like.
Excellent. So what are you all worried about? Why are you so nervous? This is going to be absolutely fine. It should be, well, good fun. We'll make great time. Probably a few hours tops. Be great.
Maybe that's a good place. I almost want to do a hard cut of you all getting like TPK'd off that. Like,
Our
y'all
bodies
die.
strewn
That's
about.
not our interlude episode.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you all for coming.
Bertienne's just running off. Look, they didn't want to protect her. Okay.
Oh, I love that. So I think that's a good place for us to transition into. So, Bo, would you be leading the party with their mounts? And like they have like 2 oxen carrying a wagon that 4 of them are sitting in, and Oka is riding an elk beside. So would you like also like lead them through?
What this is a DM question. What experience would I have in terms of like bringing things through? Like would their mounts potentially complicate our journey through all of this? Or would it be
should be
possible to
okay.
even Okay, should be okay.
Yeah, because you know that sometimes animals dream too, but their dreams are a lot simpler and easier to get through, and they don't usually manifest so dangerously in the dream shield. So it should be okay.
Sure.
Unless like their mounts are like, you know, secretly polymorphed humans or something like that.
Any sentient mounts going on? Just quickly, just need to fill out this little checklist I have here.
Everyone looks at V.
What?
Oka glances kind of at Dewey's sword strapped on his back, and then they kind of like touch the back of their shoulder where their sword is strapped, and they go, no.
Dewey looks at Oka's elk suspiciously and looks back at Oka like, you keep your eyes on your own.
Well, okay. Unless you got some secrets about these. Wait, what are the cows called? I forgot.
Sangha cattle.
Sangha cattle. Unless you've got some secret on these Sangha, I think we're all right.
No, they're perfect. They're perfect in every way, Manaya.
I know. You
Well,
taught me how to lead them.
I'm sure this will be fine. Bo's definitely clocking this like kind of eye staring between Dewey and Oka, just like, could be a problem later, but we'll
Would
see.
you like to roll insight to see what that was about? Would you like to roll insight on
heck
Dewey
yeah.
or Oka? Which one would you like to roll
Yes.
insight on?
I will roll insight on Oka, if I may.
Okay. Oka, if you want, you can make an opposed deception check, or you can just let Boa do it.
And I'm
Go
going
for
to
it.
use
Just go for it.
one of my inspirations, if I may. on
Yay!
this.
Yes, you can.
That is a grand total of 23. No,
Yeah,
sorry, it's more than that. Sorry, it's a 25.
Yeah. Yep. I was just gonna base it off my new charisma score, but that fucking hits anyway. So yeah. Should I say or do you want to say, Connie? Yeah, I'll say. Oka is specifically. There aren't necessarily sentient animals or sentient animals, but we are definitely carrying. Dewey and Oka are definitely carrying some things that maintain at least a little bit of sentience. And the way that Oka touches their back, maybe it's sort of similar to the way that Boa touches his weapon, and theirs is a long sword kind of swathed in fabric to hide the hilt. And Oka also looks at Dewey's sword specifically. I think with the 25, that's
Cool. Great.
Dewey sees this this look on Bortine's face and is like, and then looks back at Oka and glares like, you gave us away.
Don't worry, I found out everything on as you were riding in. You were all being so open. It was fantastic. Anyway, shall we proceed? In which case, Connie, I will take them all. I'll lead them all with mounts, but I will say, just so things don't get weird, let's all travel by foot and lead your mounts. We don't want any someone turned into a centaur once, and that's a whole other thing to deal with. So let's just try and keep things simple for now. Great.
Yep. Oka ties the elk to the back of the wagon and leads the cattle by hand.
Oh, Manaya wanted to lead.
Oh,
the
Manaya can do
cattle.
it. Manaya, I'll hand the reins to you then, Manaya. All yours.
Maybe Manaya takes one, you take the other.
Okay. You all
Nice
lead your
introduction.
mounts through the mottled darkness of the bamboo groves of the Silent Grove. And as you walk, you can sort of hear your footsteps like crunching over fallen leaves, occasionally squicking over mud from recent rainfall. Everything smells very rich and earthy. And because of the starless sky now, there's no light whatsoever. You are only fording the darkness through the torches that you have lit, right? To continue to walk, you begin to notice a mist, a fog settling around you. Go
Could
ahead.
I just
Ba.
I just pause the group as we're sort of as we notice this fog starting to come around, and I'll wheel round to the group and say, "Okay, this is the very serious part. I don't know what group dynamics you normally have, but from this point forwards, I'm in charge. If I say jump, I want all of you to say how high. Let's give it a go. Jump." Terrible. You've already,
enthusiastic
you're all dead. Excellent, V. Thank you. You understand. You get it. No, I am kidding. I won't actually ask you to do anything silly like that. But in all seriousness, what is about to happen is very confusing. It may be very personal. And when I say to you something is a dream or an illusion, you have to listen to me. Stay focused on the sound of my voice. And if someone gets left behind, I promise you, I will do the retrieving. Do not try to do it yourself. Just focus on the direction of travel that I have told you. Does that sound okay for everyone? Okay, good. Silence is good. Silence means yes, I think.
Manaya looks off to maybe one of the bamboos at like a leaf that's sprouting out of one, and just really quick gonna check in with the princess. Right, princess? That means if you see Mum again, we're gonna have to let her go again. Right?
That'll only happen if I look out through your eyes, and I'm still mad at you, so I'm not gonna do that.
Well, if you'd like to manifest yourself outside of me to use your own eyes, you're free to do so.
And you just sort of feel like the door on your soul slam shut a little bit as the princess metaphorically retreats to her room.
Oka's getting flashbacks to dream interpreter classes. Like, I think it's like almost the exact same spiel, and they're like, they're like, yes, I was always really, really bad at this. I think they like mumble as they pass either Manaya or V.
Dewey, how are you taking Bua's very scary monologue in stride?
I think that when Boy said jump, Dewey was like right about to jump up and like hover in the air, just in case there was actually something. Yeah, you're the expert.
Great. Well, I think we should proceed. DM, is there any animals nearby? Any potentially flighted animals? I don't know if there's anything in these trees I might see.
As you cast your gaze around, do you have dark vision, or are you using like the light of Oka's torch to look?
Yes, I have dark vision as one of my as a feat. I gain this, so yes.
Okay. I see that Lyra's like, what the hell? He gets dark vision. Yes, he does. You
Connie,
cast your.
no one on this planet has dark vision. Also,
No one's
Connie,
born with
you
it.
Get dark vision.
No one's born with
dark
it, okay?
vision.
If you get it through a
it's
feat or
Mabel.
like something, you can get it,
Yeah.
right? So, boy,
Okay.
you cast your gaze about. Like, I think the fog's starting to roll in from all directions. It's starting to settle around you. You can feel the mist, the smell of a faint incense or something, like clinging to your skin. This is the smell of the dream shield, of the magic that suffuses the border. And you look up and you see on perched on a branch a raven.
Can I attempt to? I want to attempt to call out to this raven. And I'm gonna use I'll usually speak with animals.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna call out and say, "Excuse me, my raven friend. I wonder if you would be able to aid me. I may need your assistance for the next hour or so. I promise to reward you with a good meal afterwards."
Assist! Assist! I shall persist! And the raven flutters down and lands on your shoulder.
Excellent. Thank you, Raven. By the way, there's a very specific reason I said focus on my voice. You may notice, and Bo will step like into like a slightly more like shadowed area and just completely disappears. And so it's like I may disappear from your field of view, unfortunately. So just be aware. And just for context as well, that's everyone. Even if you have dark vision, Boa is completely invisible in low light or darkness.
Disappear! Disappear! But Boa is still here!
You can still be seen, Raven, but that's fine. Right, shall we proceed, everyone?
Right, follow the invisible man. This is gonna go great.
Follow the sound of my voice. Hey, I could do a hum if you like. That wouldn't be creepy at all. Follow the sound.
The
of
raven
my
starts
voice.
chirping along. You know, chirp, chirp, chirp,
Yeah.
chirp, chirp, chirp. Yeah.
Excellent.
Lovely.
Right.
You start to lead the rest of your companions deeper through the fog. And now the fog's starting to roll in earnest, like misty cotton balls, like swathing your vision, bathing you in this faint smell of incense, is it? And soon all of your visions are the equivalent of heavily obscured. Right? You can only really see like 5 to 10 feet in front of you, and you just have to sort of like trust Boa to like lead you. Like maybe like Boa, you're like, oh, there's a fallen tree trunk up ahead, or like there's a root coming up. Like be careful, like pointing out puddles and stuff like that, and like steep like declines, etc., etc. Yes, Oka.
As we're going, as we're kind of like getting enfolded by this mist, does this feel like the same kind of mist from the carnival? Like, is this? I think Oka's also trying to track about whether or not this is an anomaly from a god shard, or if this is just like pure magic.
Make an Arcana check.
I'm gonna use an inspiration.
Nice.
Only 17.
17 is pretty good. I'll answer your questions honestly. This is not like the carnival. This is something else. This is a very powerful religious magic that is suffusing this entire area. And whatever the source is immense. You don't know where the source is with a 17. You can't pinpoint it. But it takes like a pretty insane amount of power to conjure the dream shield. And you're not sure how T-Long has been able to manifest this, right? That's sinking into you. Anyone else, as you're traveling through the fog, want to do something before something happens to you?
A DM question. Can I ask?
Go ahead.
Does it? Is there like a specific like order, or does the Dream Shield sort of pick? It's the victims at like one at a time, or like would Boa have any idea of like how the order might work? Is it like the
Yes.
first person to
It
walk
usually
through,
goes. Yep. It usually goes from most stable
shortest.
subconscious to least stable subconscious. Okay.
Okay, could I, with my time like sussing the party out, could I have gotten like a little bit of a beat on like who I think
Yeah.
like
okay,
this might be?
Why don't you make a
check.
Make a vibe
Yeah,
check.
can I do a vibe check?
Do a
on the
vibe check.
party?
Make an insight check. Straight insight check. Go for it.
Great.
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna use
gay
my
insight check.
with inspiration in this game. Do you have to declare it beforehand, or can you roll first and then use it?
You can roll
what's the rule
first
there?
and then do it.
Sweet.
I know we're very
Uh,
nice.
I'm gonna use it because that was only a 7, which is boo. And it was another 7. It's still a 16, however.
Okay, with a 16. Oh my god. With a 16, you are looking at this party. You're looking at him, and your eyes land on Rev, who has not spoken yet. She's the tall, like, you know, like drow. She's got sort of like slate gray skin and like this like dark black hair, like, you know, the color of the sea, sort of like tangles all the way down like her spine, streaked through with strands of white. She's wearing this like sleeveless leather armor, like dappled with raven feathers, and she has these golden tattoos of feathers, like wrought all the way up her like very buff arms. She's the second tallest person here after Manaya, and she doesn't appear to be armed except for like a coiled up, a thorny black whip strapped to her waist. And she's sort of like looking around side to side. You notice one of her eyes is I believe I said like golden, and the other one is black. They're different colored eyes. She's looking around, and she seems very perceptive. You get the feeling she's the most stable of everyone here.
Okay. Okay, great, perfect. I'm gonna, in which case, Boa is going to get out rope, and is basically going to hand a rope probably to Oka first, then Dewey, Manana, and then V, and then Rev the last, and then he's gonna go at the back. And the Raven, I'm going to instruct the Raven to fly forward, and basically, I'm going to use Beast Sense to see through the Raven's eyes at the front of the group. But I'm going to stay at the back.
Okay, I really like that. You stay at the back.
And so
Are you
everyone's holding onto this rope. That's basically what I'm going to tell everyone, make sure you keep hold of the rope. The fog it gets pretty thick, and things are about to get very, very strange. So just keep going, and I'll be seeing through the Raven. Don't worry, we could be attacked from all sides. So being at the front isn't necessarily the worst.
Oh, trust me, we've done this before. The last time we were on the water.
Well, there may well be water, but it's good that you have some experience. This is filling me with confidence.
Oka does not look full of confidence at the head of the party, but they go anyway.
The Raven lands on your shoulder and just kind of gives you like a bit of a warming nuzzle.
Oh, stop.
Squawk!
Raven,
Squawk!
behave yourself. Behave yourself, Raven.
Okay. This one does not want to play.
It takes off and forwards ahead. While you're using Beast Sense, are you in your body blinded?
I am in my body blinded, yes.
Okay, cool. So, Boa, through the Raven's eyes, you're flying through the fog. You see gnarled trees rising up, like the shadowy shapes of like bamboo stalks, right? And the Raven, I think, isn't really able to see that much because it's pure darkness here, and can only really see by the light of the torch. But it's like floating like a couple of feet ahead, I think, to just sort of like scout ahead.
Yeah.
And that's when something odd starts to happen. By the flickering light of your torches as the shadows dance over your own faces. What are all of your passive perceptions? Let's start with Manaya.
16.
Okay, V?
14.
Okay, Oka?
15.
Dewey?
14.
Boa?
24.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay.
I would like to clarify something really quickly. In session 0, Connie actually challenged me to make the most mechanically broken character that I could, and I did.
Challenge accepted, but you are blinded currently. So I don't think that really, you have a passive perception on your Raven. I think it would be Manaya who would notice this first with your 16. Manaya, you see like the torchlight flicker across, let's say, Rev's face. Right? And there's like because it's dancing in like the fog and the breeze that's blowing by. And for an instant, Rev's face is cast into darkness. And when the light sways back to her, you see the shadow sort of elongates around her face to form a raven's mask. Similar to what you saw the priests of the Raven Queen wearing in the court. Rev doesn't seem to have noticed this. She's just continuing to walk. And Manaya, as you continue to look around, you see more shadows flicker as like these raven masks start appearing on people's heads, right? On people's faces, right? And you notice that, as it appears over V's head, who's holding a torch? Who's actually actively got a torch in their hand?
I guess Oka at the front?
Yeah, probably
Okay.
Oka at the front, yeah.
Manaya, you see the torch morph as almost like it shimmers like an illusion, and it turns into a glowing incense burner. Trailing smoke out through the holes, and it seems like the smoke is causing the fog all around you. And at this point, the rest of you have started to pick up on this, and the Raven at the front lets out a warning caw to you, Boa.
Perfect. I'll come back to my own senses. How's everyone doing? Anyone seeing anything they'd recognize?
At this, Rev speaks up. Is this real?
Yes and no. It's sort of, it can hurt, for sure, and it can get you all kinds of spun around, but this is a part of the dream shield. This isn't, you're manifesting this effectively from your own subconscious. So do with that what you will.
We're sleepwalking.
Yes, to an extent. Some say our bodies are we're not even in our bodies anymore. So, how about that for a fun little tidbit? Okay, so can I do like a quick just scan around these? Bo is also seeing these like crow faces, right?
Yes. Why
Has
don't
the
you
landscape seem to have changed as well?
The landscape looks stable, which is good. Because the
Yes,
more
okay.
unstable someone's subconscious is, the more they warp the world around them. So it's really good that it's just sort of costumes, right? As you're looking around yourself, you see your own clothes shimmer, like these dirty royal colors shimmer, and they turn into the black robes of the Raven Queen, right? Of like worshippers of the Raven Queen with like bone studs and stuff like on it. And this is happening to all of you. Boa, if you would like, you can make a religion check for me.
Ooh, yes, please. What's my religion? Probably not very good. Nope. I rolled a nat 18 though. That'll do.
Okay, is that an 18 total?
Yes, I have a 0 to religion.
Okay, sounds good. With an 18, you know that these are religious vestments, and whatever subconscious desire or memory or landscape that the Dream Shield is drawing on through Rev is tapping into like some sort of religious connection she has with the Raven Queen. How are the rest of you responding to this?
Last time I saw this many Raven masks, we were getting smuggled across yet another border.
I think that Oka has not done this exactly, but I think they have done dream prophecy training in the palace, but they were fucking horrible at it. Insofar as they're just like, they're dreaming now. They're like not even really like cognizant. So I think they're just swaying the like incense burner, like this dream self, and kind of like not super cognizant. Maybe even like kind of like just lets the rope fall out of their hand, you know, and just is like going forward, just with the dream completely.
Okay, how is V responding to this?
I think V is like, she has a hand on the rope, but she's not really holding the rope, and she's just kind of like looking around. She's kind of enjoying this. This reminds her of something she did happened to her once a long, long time ago, and she's just kind of enjoying the trip.
Okay, what about Dewey?
Dewey's looking down at his feet as much as possible, and just like one hand holding onto Oka and just like pushing them forward. Like, keep moving, keep moving.
I love that. How are you responding to that, Oka?
Oka's going. They're super malleable, I think is the correct word.
Okay, totally. And I think there's a sense of like a dreamlike quality is starting to descend over you as like these like robes filter down. You almost feel like kind of lightheaded, all of you. And like when you walk, it's almost like you're wading a little bit through molasses. Like you get sometimes when you're dreaming. And Rev is sort of muttering to herself, this is a ritual. This is a ritual to the Raven Queen. It's an offering ritual. The incense burners, the shape of the beaks. We have to give something to her. That's what this means.
Yes, I thought that might be. Do you have any idea what the Raven Queen might accept as a gift?
Death, usually. Bones. Blood. Sacrament. Usually we'd cut the throat of a lamb.
Anyone got a lamb?
I have something.
Oka's got blood.
Oka does like blood. This is true.
Yeah, I think, again, just kind of like, it's like when you hear an idea in a dream and then you're doing it faster than you even know you're doing it. Oka unwinds this like top piece of fabric around their sword and they unsheath it in like one quick motion. And boy, you'd probably maybe know what that is, but maybe we'll get to that in a second. They just like bring it forward, like in one hand, like the sword, and the other hand in the incense. And I'll just use, a blood maledict, I guess. You know, I'll just I'll do a little bloodlet, just like across the palm, and like let it just drip down into the soil.
Okay, I like that. As your blood drips from your hand, why don't you just roll your sanguine dice to like lose some health? As you do that, like you clench your fist and you see like these like this river of blood dripping down. Go ahead, boy.
Can Bo be like kind of just sort of floating behind people, kind of moving them into a bit of like a circle pattern around Oka, and then probably go up to Rev as well, and sort of put Rev in the center with Oka. I think like position everyone and sort of be like, I think we have to honor this ritual as much as we can. So everyone, please, your full attention on Oka and Rev in the center. Please continue, Oka.
And I think because it's kind of dreamy, like the blood almost like filters up, like reverse rain, maybe, and like drifts towards Rev, in a way that like maybe Oka is like semi-consciously like controlling it as it goes. And their sword, boy, it's Dream Hunter, which is the sword of the Emperor herself.
Yeah, that thing is worth a lot of money.
I think like you've probably seen to this point, like Boa is like an incredible like hunter and so precise about like everything he does, like every step, every movement, every glance. But like at seeing this sword, Boa definitely like fully takes like a step back, and like I think there's like a full moment of like, am I dreaming this? I'm okay. Focus, Boa. I think we're nearly there. Let's just give this a second. Rev, if there is anything that you think might complete this ritual, I would ask you to do it now.
Make a persuasion check for me as you try to grasp for the solution in the darkness.
That is a 13.
13 or 30?
13. Yeah, no.
Okay.
That would be wild.
I'm going to call that a mixed success. So it works, but there's a consequence. So Rev is going to say, okay, thank you, boy. Yes, the rest of you, please stand in the shape of a... And she is sort of like micromanaging, like directing where each of you should stand for this ritual, etc. And like also directs for you to stand on the fringe of the circle around her. And Oka, boy. And she starts talking in Raven speech. Do any of you speak Raven speech?
Has it been 10 minutes since I cast Speak with Animals? Because then
yes. Yeah. Oh wait, that's so funny. I don't think any of you do in that case. Sure. Raven speech is like an actual language. I see. Yeah, the language of the Court of Ravens, exactly.
Oh, actually, wait, hold on, because I selected. No, I didn't. Oh. Just because I selected languages. I selected languages from the document you sent to me because I had like 4 languages I got to pick. So I didn't know if that was one of the ones I picked. So maybe I missed.
That's so funny.
Yeah, of course that was the one I needed. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Wonderful. Yeah. So she talks as the blood filters upward out of Oka's palm, and she's saying, it sounds like a religious, like a mantra or a sutra or something. She talks like in this clicking, like melodic, rolling song of Raven speech. It sounds like bird song is this tongue. And as the blood floats upward, all of you notice it sort of congeals against the fog, maybe 10 feet above your heads, sort of congealing, almost like a red cloud above your heads. But it doesn't feel sinister. It just feels like things are changing. And as you all like look up at this like red expanse, the red starts to turn gray, like it's getting absorbed into the fog, and it starts to solidify. And your eyes follow the solidification of the fog into a ceiling as it expands out toward your left, hits a wall, and starts forming like an actual like cement wall, like downward, as a space begins populating around you, a room, like a domed room, forming around you, blocking out the bamboo forest. Just sort of the bamboo stalks just sort of fold away like a bad poker hand into the darkness as like the ceiling comes down and forms a wall, and you all find yourselves in a break room. You see a water cooler sort of like ripple up with like a big jug of water. I don't think any of you know what that is aside from Dewey. And the circle that you formed, you're now all sitting around a circular table in this break room. And when were you sitting in chairs? Oh, well, you're just sitting in chairs now. And instead of the incense burners in your hands, they filter down and turn into coffee cups. And there's like various documents, and there's sort of like a flickering low light. There's no torchlight anymore. Like a luminescent light from like orbs floating by the ceiling, flickering downward. And you all hear from like deeper within this workspace, like footsteps and talking, like murmur, talking, like dream talk, right? And that's what you notice. What do you all do?
Oka looks at Dream Hunter, which is now a coffee cup. They take a sip.
This is interesting. So we're all sat around. So it's a round table, and there was no doors or windows, was there? It was all just.
As you look around to take this in, you notice several doors. Actually,
Okay.
Less doors, more archways that lead into. As you're realizing that there should be doors in this space, there are doors in this space that populate like a tunnel, like a hallway, like just like a single file hallway with like flickering lights that lead into darkness through all of these various tunnels around you.
And we have documents in front of us. Is that right?
Correct? Like work documents, like pieces of parchment. Yep.
Yes. Everyone, I think we should, if you would like to open your parchments, if everyone could let me know what they see, there may be a indication as to which tunnel we need to go down. I assume it will be hidden in a message in these parchments, maybe something that only the person whose dream this is could read. We might see. Could we have a flick through these parchments and see if there's like any clues in this? I think Burton's thinking that like this is the like clue as to then which path we go down. I think that's the assumption here.
Absolutely. As Bulla brings this up, Dewey, how are you reacting?
As he realizes everyone's got papers in front of them, Dewey's like frantically reaching across the table and like shoveling them all in front of him. He's like, I can read it. And what do the papers say?
Bulla, are you trying to interrupt Dewey, or are you gonna let Dewey take the papers, or is anyone else gonna try to snatch him?
I'll leave my hands off and sort of look at everyone to let Dewey take them. It's not a good idea to unsettle the person whose space we're in.
Yeah, I think Oka was holding a paper, and as Dewey like snatches it away, they're like, "What's a wetware?"
Nothing. I don't know. Not my department.
Dewey, make an investigation check.
Investigation. Oh
B,
no.
I think I took a field trip to one of these places before. We went to like a small laboratory that the URL was running. We never went there, but Dewey, what's going on?
You tell me. I used inspiration 1 point, but I still got a 15.
Okay, flipping through these documents, these dossiers, a lot of it is the first the first third are like expense reports that are really boring. You've done a million of these before in the past in your work, and maybe like even a bit of relief seeps through you as you're like, okay, these are just numbers and columns, that's not bad. Okay, you move on to the next third, and this is just, it's the front of this file is stamped Cardew Quirk. Okay? Written in Wuhan. And as you open it up, it's just the same word repeated over and over and over again. Failure, 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 failure. You flip, failure, failure. Occasionally broken up with like pictures of your ex-wife. Uilani, like moving pictures, and Uilani is just shaking her head at you. And of like your daughter, Hana, who's just like looking at you with disappointment in her big toddler eyes. Failure.
Is it like one of those like flick books? Well, like, as
Yeah,
you flick through it, that's what's like animating
like,
the
shaking
like
her
head shakes.
You get a flip book of your wife leaving you, of like the divorce papers.
I was like flipping them away from me, like across the table, the expense reports at like, I think V was sitting across the table, and then I'm flipping the ones with my life's details on them, like behind me. And it's like the flip book, except I'm just trying to get through the papers as quickly as possible.
Totally. Your feather is sort of akimbo, and all of you notice as you're looking at Dewey that he's dressed not in like I think he had turned into a raven during the previous scene, I think instead of wearing a raven mask, like his feathers had just turned black and his face had elongated into that of a raven's. And now that's sort of like eking away. And like you see like these like work clothes, like sort of like starting to like knit over him. So Dewey, why don't you describe the uniform that your fellow friends would see as they look at you?
I think that everyone's issued like a like a lab coat, a long white coat. But because he works in hardware, it's just covered in grease and dirt. And most of his coworkers also kind of look like that.
Okay. Yeah, awesome. And I think looking around, all of you like notice that like these lab coats are starting to like stitch onto your own bodies as like the raven masks and the vestments peel away. You're now like in like a more like white collar work setting. You know what I mean? And now, Dewey, you reach the last third. And this one is just stamped with containment breach. Do you open it?
I look around the room quickly. Containment breach.
The lights flicker a little bit. You see the various hallways leading into darkness. You're alone.
All right. I'll open that folder.
As soon as you open the folder, alarms begin to sound, right? This room pulses with red light, bee-oo, bee-oo, and like a calm, like female robot voice, like cuts through that says, "Warning, containment breach. Please do not panic. Embrace your your inevitable demise. Please single file along one of the hallways and await your inevitable demise. Containment breach." And like the message just sort of plays over and over and over. Go ahead, Boa.
Did Boa notice the with a passive perception of 24? Would Boa have noticed any of the faces, like the moving faces in these pictures?
I would say 100%. I think whatever Dewey sees, you see with your passive perception of 24.
I'll just say the raven just landed on Dewey's shoulder. Dewey didn't notice, and the raven was just fully reading like everything.
Yeah.
In which case, I think Boa's gonna like kind of phase out of the seat, kind of like is gonna step up and kind of go skirt around the room, try and pick up one of the pieces of paper with a picture of this family relation of Dewey's, and it's just gonna like hold the eyes and like hold the piece of paper up and see if the eyes track to like any of the particular corridors.
Ooh, really cool. Why don't you have a point of inspiration for that? Very creative. Are you specifically trying to make the Dewey's child or Dewey's ex-wife do this?
I feel like Dewey's ex-wife is gonna set us on the wrong one, like on purpose. like by the looks of it. Whereas I feel like Dewey's kid probably still has like
love for him.
Surely must have some love for him, right? Like surely. So
Okay.
I'll pick up Dewey's kid.
Okay, you do.
I'm making some wild judgments here. I'm so sorry.
No.
I need you to roll for this. This will be
Okay.
a perception check.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I will use an inspiration.
Sounds good.
'Cause that sucked. That is the second time I've used an inspiration and rolled the exact same.
Collective! Take it!
Ridiculous. Well, listen, the 2 does become a 16, so...
Who are
Okay.
you?
I told you, everyone.
Okay, a
Oh
16
my
will
God,
be.
take all.
I'll let you know a 16 will be a mixed success. If you want to bump that to a full success, you might want to roll again, but it's up to you.
Okay, can I use my last inspiration?
Yes, you can.
Is that cool? Okay,
Go for
sweet. Okay, yes. Wow, that's not great, but it's still a 21.
Okay, with a
Uh-huh.
21, I will
Not
say that.
great.
Well, I rolled a 7.
Oh my god, what the fuck? That
I
barely
warned you, Connie,
hits.
I warned you.
That barely hits the threshold for a full success. So what that means is you see Hana, this child, look around and you see her eyes fix on one of the tunnels in particular. And this is the only tunnel with a sigil marked on top of it. The other ones are unmarked. And this sigil is real familiar to you, Boatien. It is the crest of who you hope is your ancestor. Okay.
Oh, can I insight check this to see if the dreams are messing with me as well? Because I feel like
Yes.
between that and the sword, I think Bertien is a bit like, This
I'll let
shouldn't.
you.
This
yeah,
doesn't
totally.
feel like this. This doesn't normally happen.
I'll let you choose
yeah.
Arcana or Insight, your choice.
I will go with insight.
Okay.
So that is so much math with this character. 18.
It's not drawing on your subconscious, it is an omen. It is a warning. Something is going to come. And instantly, I feel like you're like, oh shit.
Oh, yep. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna turn around to the group and I'm gonna say, I was kind of kidding before, but we really need to move quickly as possible down here and through the next few trials. We need to be faster than you could possibly imagine. There is something potentially on its way. You were all way more. Oh, okay, this is fine. This will be fine. Everyone through here, let's go. Everyone, follow me. I'll
Right.
like re-raising my bow in the air and be like, this way, everyone, follow the bow. Excellent. Come on now.
Oh, Dewey in front, I'll take the back. Let's go. Be
Excellent.
Oka, I don't care. Just in between us.
Oka's still moving dream speed here. But as they kind of like are looking at Bua and then their eyes like go to the door, do they also see the crest?
Yeah. Yeah, let's say once Bua sort of has his eyes locked on it, the rest of you can notice this. So yes, you also see the crest.
Does it mean anything to me?
Yes, go ahead, Bua.
Oh, sorry. I was just wondering if you wanted to answer Oka's question. But just as we pass the sigil, I'm going to tap it very respectfully with my bow, like assuming it's a little higher up. I'm going to sort of tap it, and you see Boa does like a little like kind of religious pattern across his chest, and then I'm going to turn around to the group and I'm going to cast Pass Without a Trace. And if I can, I would kind of like to like. My with this, I'm not trying to like obscure us from view. I'm trying to like obscure like our like dissipate our like presence in the dream space, if that makes sense. I want to try and like muddy the water of like where we are in the dream
To like
world.
mislead
like
whatever's hunting you? Okay.
Like draw the magic that everyone's like emitting and just try and like fuzzy the signal a bit. Like throw some static in this like magic pool that's going on right now.
That's a really cool idea. I'll give you a point of inspiration. And we've just
you.
hit 75 donos, so our auto crit is on the board. We already had it on the board, so I'll have it on the board twice. So we have 2 instances of an auto crit to use. So I am going to roll for this creature to detect you, and I'm
Okay.
going to use the auto crit.
Oh my god.
Damn it.
Do I
I
get
didn't
to
wanna
roll
say
stealth?
anything.
Can I roll stealth against it?
Yeah. Let's see if your stealth can beat its full roll. Go for it.
Yep. I'm
Plus your
confident.
pass without trace. Go for it.
Yep. Okay, I'm gonna use an inspiration to reroll
Okay.
that. That's much better. So that is a total of 37.
Oh my god.
A 30.
Oh my god.
A what? Did you
And
say
that-
37? That's the highest roll we've ever had in this campaign.
That's not a real roll.
Hi, what the fuck? What's going on right now?
I rolled. Oh, I didn't need to use it. I had advantage on stealth. I didn't actually have to use an inspiration. But I rolled a 12. Plus 15 for my stealth, plus 10 for pass without trace. So that's 37.
Okay. Something happens. But before I describe what happens, Oka, looking at the sigil, so Bull, what does pass without trace feel like as you cast it?
I think in like this like the landscape that we're in, I feel like what it is like the lights on the ceiling kind of right now are like they're like phasing, and like there's like multiple versions of like the environment around us is like appearing around us, if that makes sense. And like multiple versions of us are kind of like weirdly like splitting and shimmering like out of us to like to the side. So like kind of a bit like the way like mirror image works, like where it's just like you can't quite get a beat on like where they are in the space, if that makes sense. Like
Totally.
where we all are in the space. Yeah.
I really like that. As these mirror images of yourself start flickering out into existence, Oka, you cast your eyes upon the sigil. You recognize it. But I think I'm going to ask for a history check for you to pinpoint exactly what it is. But even with a low history check, I'll still give you some details.
$19.
Okay, with a 19, let me just scroll down to the information about this. Okay, that is the sigil. I think it looks like a dragon, like a Chinese dragon, right? Wrapped around, let's say, wrapped around a sideways eye. That is not like the eyes in your nightmares, okay? This is an Andaken eye. This is not an eye that belongs to the stranger that you've seen in your visions. And you recognize this as the sigil of Huan Ustoy, who was the paragon of Mengshen Zhidi of yore. And you definitely you'd probably be the most familiar with her given your upbringing and your studies. With a 19, I'll let you ask one question about Huan.
Ooh.
What was I guess because I want to do it. What is her like? Because I would have learned about her, I'm sure. Like, what is her main offering? I guess, or like what do you do to invoke her, or like what is her like? Is she like known for a scroll or like something like that? Like, what do you do to invoke her or them? I guess I don't know.
Yeah, her pronouns are she, her. There are several ways you can do that. The first is because she was the paragon of Mengshen Zhidi, the god of knowledge and dreams. She's sort of like known as like a protector of dreams and sleeping, right? You invoke her through dreaming and trying to like contact her in the dreamscape, right? Another thing she was known for is music, right? She was very musically gifted. So it's said that like bards who practice instruments and like sing and whatnot are also under her care. Right. So there's the two main ways to do that. As this realization settling in, you got that 37 or whatever the hell, Jasper. But I did use an autocrit, so I think this is how I'm going to resolve that. You get away for now, but the thing hunting you sends something after you before it loses sight of you. And as you're ushering people down this hallway, go, you are sort of like staying behind and you see, phasing through the wall, a hairy leg. And then another one, and then another one, and then another one, as like these like glimmering black 8 eyes, like sort of like phase through the wall. This like chattering mandibles as a gigantic tarantula phases through the wall, knocks over the water cooler. Water goes spilling everywhere, and it begins to advance on you. And the female robotic voice goes, "Containment breach has been breached even more. Containment breach has been breached even more." And maybe on this warning, we can cut to a 10-minute break.
Amazing. Could I really quickly? Could I
Yes,
just?
yes,
I want to.
yes,
I'm. Bertiem was gonna wheel around, look at it, and be like, okay. And I'm gonna hunter's mark this thing, and I'm gonna hunter's mark this thing at. I'm gonna hunter's mark this thing at second. Is it second level? No, I'm gonna hunter's mark this thing at third level, which means this lasts up to 8 hours.
Okay.
So I will know where this thing is for like 8 hours, basically.
Okay. Okay. So is that concentration at all, or is it just something you get to do?
Yes, that is concentration. Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. So on you, what does it look like as your hunter's marking this thing? As it like comes through the wall?
As this thing comes out, I like reach like my quiver on my back, and I don't pull out like an arrow, but I still go through the motion of firing. And then like as I fire, it's something like you see the spider just like recoils just a little bit, almost like something's hit it, but you can't see anything. And then I immediately like. Okay. I just take off in a full sprint.
Special ability, run away.
yeah.
Use a bonus action to
engage.
disengage and dash. Yes. I'll give you a point of inspiration for that really cool description. As the spider shudders, and then all of you hear 8 legs thunking against the ground, and like clacking mandibles as you begin to like dash down this hallway toward the darkness at the end. And on that, we're gonna take our break. We will be back in 10 minutes. In the meantime, enjoy the fan art reel where you can see a blown up version of Botian. So stick around for the reel. Take care of yourselves. Bio break. We'll be back. It's currently 4:24 here, so we'll be back at 4:34 p.m. or so. We love you all so much. Thank you for helping us reach $100. That's why I introduced the spider.
Thank you.
And we will be back. Speech. Hello, 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 everybody. It's so good to see all of your digital non-existent faces in the chat yet again. Welcome back to the second half of our Arc 3 interlude, which has just been insane so far between Jasper and all of these roles and the streamscape. So before we hop back in, just a reminder of content warnings for this episode and for our campaign in general. As always, Transplanar RPG, we are set in a grim, dark, gritty fantasy world that deals with difficult subjects that are potentially triggering to some viewers. Some content warnings for our campaign this episode may include giant spiders, death, fantasy violence, horror, gore, toxic and abusive relationships, guns, natural disasters, alcohol and substance use, addiction, memory loss, emotional trauma and baggage, self-destructive behavior, bloodletting, cult and cult-like behavior, and anxiety and panic attacks described in detail. Use !CW in the chat for a list of all of these content warnings at any point. No shame in using them. So with that out of the way, let's cut right back into the action on the clacking mandibles of this gigantic arachnid. And you hear like its legs stalking you down this hallway. Boy, you're at like, I think you're at the butt end of this line of people that you've like ushered in through the hallway. And your raven flutters next to you, but you notice it's not a raven anymore. By being in Dewey's mindscape, it has turned to be the sort of like little mechanical drone. Like this like floating little drone thing with like a single orb like eye in the center with like these little fluttering like a bumblebee wings, and it's like buzzing kind of, and it lets out a scary chase, we're being chased, I'm so scared, as it circles around your head and runs next to you. What do you do?
I'm glad we're pointing out the obvious now, Raven. This is good. This is very good. Do we see anything up ahead? Like, what's the terrain like up ahead?
It's currently cloaked in darkness. Who is at the head of the line? Who's at the very front?
One Dewey. If y'all listen to Manaya.
Oh, Dewey. Okay. Dewey, you're like, I'm getting the hell out of here. Up ahead, it's just darkness. So do you have like a torch, or can you cast light or anything like that to illuminate the gloom?
I've got my goggles of night.
Oh, that'll do it. So you pop them on?
Yep.
Okay, you pop on your goggles of night, you flick down the lenses, and everything sort of flicks into, is it like greenish? Like almost like infrared? Like, yeah. Okay, totally. And you see the halls of what you know to be the URL extending for probably another like 30 or 40 feet, and it ends in a door. Okay? Like a metal door. What do you do, Dewey?
I slam into the crash bar.
Yeah. Okay.
I want out of here.
Okay, you slam into the door, and I think it just opens. It's got like a push bar. It just opens underneath your feathery, hollow-boned body, thumping against it. You push the door open. And V, are you behind Dewey?
Yeah, sure. I'm in the middle there. And I think V is just sort of like hustling along, but like is kind of, I think she's having a little bit of a moment of like the last time there was a dream sequence where she couldn't trust reality. She just like is like trying to just remind herself like none of this is real, and she's just kind of keeping her head down.
Okay, you tumble into this next area, right on Dewey's heels. Manaya, Bua, and Oka, what are the three of you doing as you run? And you see this door beginning to open.
Manaya's in the back, so y'all go first.
I think Bua would have seen Oka like kind of look up at the sigil right before they went through the door, and probably right before the like all these things coalescing in the same moment, and they would have like reached for it, but then like had been pulled through kind of thing, and now they're running, and they like are glancing behind them at the huge spider, you know, like back and forth, but almost like they want to like they glance back and then they look at you, boy. Like, are we running or are we fighting?
We're let's keep going. Let's go through the door. I think that's definitely a good idea.
As you say that, you see the spider with his mandibles like attack one of the illusions and just like completely eviscerate it, like with its like claws and like mandibles, like into nothingness.
Could Bug get to the door?
Yes.
and like wheel on this spider before it gets to the door and just say, send a message back to your master. You do not want this fight. And I'm going to slam the door on the spider.
Okay, Manaya, because you're sort of also at the end, are you also going to pile through as Bull says this?
Yeah, like ushering everyone through and also helping close the door.
Okay, sounds
Yeah,
good.
give me a hand.
All of
I'm
you
like-
pile past. You say this awesome thing. Make an intimidation check against the spider.
You better not
Why-
have like a +20 to charisma too.
I definitely don't. I definitely don't. But I rolled a nat 17 for an 18.
Ooh.
we'll
Okay.
see.
You see the spider, like spiders do, rear up on its like hind four legs, and it's like raising up to strike. But you see like its mandibles chittering. Excuse me. You see its mandibles chittering, and then you pull the door shut, and I think there's like a moment of like, okay, everyone's calming down. Everyone's calming down, and now you're taking in this room. You're in a cave. Okay. All of you. Rev's also in there. Also, by the way, she's just sort of been backgrounded this entire time. You're in a cave. And as you look around, you see V. You see V. You see V. You see V, you see V, and you see V. Because all of you have turned into different versions of V.
Wait, I want to be Veronica, actually.
Yeah.
Can I be Ronnie, please?
Manaya, your version of V is like really tall. You look like V, but like stretched up and broader, and like buff. You know what I mean? And Oka, your version of V is slightly shorter with like scars and double pupils, and like short cut hair. And the Dewey V is like if V was a bird, like with like feathers growing out, you know, like these two hands and like these like eyes. And the Boa version of V, I'm actually not sure what Boa V would look like. Why don't you tell us?
What, me? I like maybe just like it's V but just slightly like translucent. I'm guessing it's pretty dark in here, so like just sort of kind of like you just kind of keep losing them for a second and then they come back. It's just V's face kind of appearing out of the darkness. Is there like magic that hides them in darkness? Is kind of like, what is going on?
Yeah, totally. Like the magic's like, I don't know what to do with this.
Yeah, this isn't you, so I don't know how to hide you right now. This is weird.
Exactly. And we also see Rev V, like similar to Manaya, like buff, like muscular V with like the sleeveless like tank on, you know, and like the feather cloak. And then we see like actual V, who now that you all are sort of in close quarters with her, you see that one of her eyes is green, right, sparkling. The other one is purple. Similar to, you're clocking this, Boisian, similar to Rev, where one eye was gold and one eye was black. These two people in this party have different colored eyes for whatever reason. And now you're in this cavern, but before I describe what else is in this cavern, how are y'all responding to this?
Think we know who, where we are. No points for guessing, I guess.
I think Manaya's rocking the half-shaved look, and the other half is just like braids going all the way down. She's like, you know, V, could rock this look.
V is just laughing her ass off and being like, oh my gosh, you're all so beautiful. So many V's. This is my dream come true.
I knew you were self-centered, V, but this is kind of a lot.
This would be great if we were breaking in somewhere. Except everyone will think it was me. This is no good. Okay, I see the problem here. I see the problem. And V's like ready to like look around now.
Okay. As y'all cast your gazes around this cavern, you see there at the very back of the cavern is a heart-shaped bed, okay? With rose petals, like a trail of rose petals leading from the bed, like to your group, and sort of lounged on the bed, very scantily clad, is a dream version of Rev. Who looks really buff. Okay, buffer than actual Rev. Like every time you look back at her, she's gained more muscles. You know what I mean? And she's currently like curling weights. You know, like hey V. Sup?
Oka looks from fake Rev to real Rev, or dream V Rev to dream VV Rev.
V Rev, real Rev, just says, "What is happening, V? Bois Boavi, what's going on?
Huh. Well, there's a few solutions here, and there's one that I'm really trying to find a hard pivot around. I'll be honest. So I'm just gonna take a beat and have a think real quick whilst we Yeah, this is this is a new one even for me. I've done this a lot, and this is
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead, Manaya.
Is there an exit to this cave? Manaya kind of looks around for one.
There is not. The door you came through has disappeared. It's just like a cavernous space, which is odd. The bed looks like it belongs in like a motel or like a tavern, right? And this is clearly like a dungeon or like some sort of like cave, right? And you notice, Boa, that your little raven who has turned into like a drone is now in the process of transforming. The drone's body segments and elongates.
Don't
and
turn
then
into V.
smooths-
Do not turn into V, Raven. I'm telling you right now, do not turn into another V.
But I can't control what's happening to me.
That's completely fair.
It elongates and turns into like a mini little like dragon. Okay, like one of the extinct dragons, but like a miniature like fairy version of it. Sort of long, like a Chinese dragon, and it's white. Okay.
Heck yeah. Okay.
Ooh.
And it sort of like like flies around you, boy.
V, does this dragon have any significance for you?
I swear it's not my father, but yet I may have a father who's a white dragon.
Huh. You may have a father. What's your
V,
relationship like with your father who's a white dragon?
V,
Well,
I know
how
we're in
much
a
time
dream
do you
sequence,
have?
but
How much time do you have? For the
Not a
brevi-
lot. Let's
brevity
do
of
the
time-
abbreviated version. Yeah.
Yes, let's abbreviate, make short.
Hmm.
I was told I had Dragon Father, never met Dragon Father. I went around caves of Godspine looking for him, never found him where he supposedly was. And supposedly, according to my ex-boyfriend who took everything from me, my father may be looking for me to get some of my blood, and that's kind of where we're at. That's the
Huh.
short version.
Huh.
I don't think even. Did we know that? Oka's like looking at Dewey and Manaya. I don't. Okay.
Yeah, I think when that happened with Sievert the last time, I think we were like going straight from that into the carnival. So you may not have heard that story.
all right, V, I know we're in a dream sequence. But listen, Boa said to be honest, all right? We have to be honest. You don't have to lie about this.
I promise you, not making this up. This is the one time in my life I'm for sure telling the truth.
Of course, of course. So be sure this isn't a dream made, V.
V, I have a question I'd like to ask you. What is it that you need? And if you want, we can step to a side, but I have a feeling that you might need to manifest something that you need. You see, you're stuck between something that you want, seems by the sounds of it, and the look and everything of it. No offense, Rev. And something that wants you in the form of this dragon. So I'm wondering whether perhaps you need to somehow manifest something that you truly need, something for just you, not to please anyone else. Literally, I think that you need to do something for you, V.
Something for me. What I've spent my whole life doing nothing but things for me. But
Why
Maybe
don't you
it's
go
the
pick Pot
opposite
Dream
then.
Rev over there then?
I've been waiting, darling. You gonna get over here or what? And I
I
think
think you
now
have to-
Rev is like doing like two weights in each
Oh my
hand and is also
God.
like doing like leg lifts.
My God.
all right, I know this seems like a bad idea, but I'm gonna go over there and have a little conversation.
I think you should tell that version of Rev, who is not the real version of Rev. The real version of Rev is here, that looks a lot like you.
This is
I think
humiliating.
you should tell that version of Rev that you do not, at this current time, desire them. I think we should try and eliminate this distraction as it is.
All right, V looks over at the real Rev, V Rev, and be like, "All right, I got this."
Is this
Spins a-
what you want from me? You want me to get buffer?
No, you're fine, just as you are. I love you just as you are. This is just, when I'm not dreaming about Stranger Wars, which it's kind of not been for a long, 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 long time. This would be like, if I was. No, what? No, it's just a dream. This is all. I will make this right. Just hold on.
Okay.
I touched it up and I'm like, this often happens. Weird, exaggerated versions that go too far, and it's actually usually quite uncomfortable, isn't it, V, for one to dream of such grotesque, versions of those that we love.
Did we not get hung up on my image of Rev in my head?
I'm trying to help you. Just nod.
Yes. V turned around and is like with double time and over to bed Rev here.
Okay, you like kick the rose petals aside, who sort of like murmur as you kick them. No, please don't kick us. As you like walk over this like bed of this trail of rose petals, which are sentient now, and you arrive at fake Dream Rev, who drops all the weights. She's like really like her muscles have muscles. She like looks down at you. And she says,
My
"Hey."
eyeballs got muscles.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Hi. I'm V. Nice to meet you.
And I am the seed of all your desires. This is what you want, isn't it?
You can do this. You can do this. Come on.
Just stay
Look,
here with me, and we'll be happy
I-
forever.
I know you're here. You've got bulging muscles that could squeeze me for a very long time. But I'm here to tell you, I don't want you that much.
Try again.
Not at all. I don't want you at all. You're a figment of my imagination.
Okay, V, I need you to roll a whiz save with advantage because Bull is helping you.
No, I also the feather wisdom was my stat, so
Hey, okay, you increase your wisdom. All right, go for it.
with advantage. Okay, I'll try
Yep.
that again. Oof. A straight up whiz, just that's it.
Yeah,
So
whiz
that
save,
is-
whiz save.
With
Save. So if you have advantage on saving throws.
Or proficiency. You can add your proficiency
proficiency.
bonus. Yep.
Can I do? I'm going to use an inspiration actually.
A personal?
close.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on
Okay.
the personal. It was like right on the cusp. I will.
I'm assisting by pulling V Rev, like real V Rev, like over and just kind of pushing them as close to each other as possible to try and
21,
remind
I
V.
put 21. You got 21.
21,
Okay.
okay. I think real Rev is like, what are the rules around killing dreams?
I might turn V around, but otherwise, go for it. Really has no consequence.
21. Big muscular Dream Rev says, that makes me really sad, and I hope you don't live to regret this moment every day of your life. Poof. And she poofs out of existence. Just completely out of existence. She's no longer there. And as she poofs, there's like a moment of like silence before something else happens. So how are you all like responding to V surmounting this version of Rev?
Manai is
claps.
turning. Oh my god.
Yeah, but I'll join.
Manai
Oh,
is turning Dewey and Oka's head away, just giving them the time that they need.
Mm.
But Oka is definitely probably stealing glances.
Obviously. Also, I think because I would like to use my brand new class feature, and maybe I would character sheet. Oka is kind of tracking Boa, who was kind of this like loose, confident, everything's fine, and then something shifted and something happened in like the last area, and they're trying to track that a little bit. So maybe just, I don't know, an insight roll?
Go for it. Bull, are you trying to hide how you're feeling? Or are you just sort of gonna let this insight roll happen?
There's definitely aspects I think that I would be hiding for sure.
Okay, why don't you roll
so-
deception then to contest that?
Okay. Ooh. Okay.
Oh,
I'm
boy.
actually going to use my last inspiration because
Sounds good.
That was a nat 1. So.
Okay.
Oh boy. Okay. I got a 16.
26.
Oh damn!
Taste of your own medicine, boy.
Heck yeah! Open me up like a book. Here is my contents page.
And if it's okay with you, as like the silence maybe settles, Oka starts to track like literally like the blood beating through Boa's body and like tracks this like the rhythm of his heartbeat.
Was there like a particular like point that you were like doing this? Was it like around the kind of that shift, or is it like now in this other room?
Definitely around the shift. And also because they're still in a weird dreamy state, but there was something about the sigil and then this that came out that didn't seem like it belonged to Dewey necessarily.
Cool. Do you want me to do this, Connie? Cool. Okay. I think with with the 26, you would probably get the sense Boa has like a deep personal connection to the sigil and to the paragon, like there's like a belief there, and like it seems like with the like ease of which he performed this kind of like religious sort of sign, like it was like absolute second nature. Like he physically couldn't have walked through that door without doing that. Like it would have been impossible for him not to. And like it stressed him out because he knew how much of like a rush they were in, and he was like, and he needed to do that thing. And then I think with a 26, you'd probably also get some. There's like definitely some tension, like some underlying tension, which he's really sitting on between him and you. Like just when he glances at Oka, there's just definitely like a stiffening. That heartbeat just kind of quickens a little bit, and it's not in like a it's not in like instant attraction way. It's like it's very much like like there's another impulse there. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think with the 20, I think does that feel fair for a 26? I think that's pretty.
Oh yeah, totally.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry, GM question. Will you the name of the Paragon of Monkshin Shudi again?
Sure. It is Juan Ustoy. Huan. First name, last name Ustoy. Ustoy. Ustoy.
First try, baby.
Nice, good job. As the silence is settling, Manaya, Dewey, how are the two of you responding?
I think at hearing the resolution of this thing and hearing maybe the poof, Manaya turns around and is like, all right, well, if that's done, do we move on? Is there what next?
Who's left?
We'll know soon enough. Can I try and get a quick beat on my 8-legged friend?
Yes.
Since I still have Hunter's Mark going, I want to see if it's feels like it's circling around, or has picked up our scent at all.
Yes. How's Hunter? Do you just know? You don't need to check. You just.
I will read you the wording of the spell. So I think I actually get a chance to like try and track it effectively. Okay. So I can choose a creature that then becomes my quarry until the spell ends. I do extra damage of it, and I have advantage on perception and survival checks to try and find it. Yeah, that's basically it. I get advantage on perception or survival checks to try and find it.
Make a survival check with advantage then. As you're sort of there, the fake rev has dispelled, but this space is still holding. It's not like dissolving. No, like door has opened up, right? It's just sort of like fake rev's gone. There's something else happening here.
Sure. Ooh, I just got a nat 20.
Okay.
That then becomes a 34 for survival.
Oh. My god.
Oh my god. A plus 14 to survival? Okay, I love
plus
that.
Plus 14 to survival, yeah.
Okay, with a nat 20, you get the sense that whatever's happening here with V, that should have been enough. That should have been the solution. But you can feel this thing circling this liminal stream space that you're in. Presumably the spider. You can feel it, like the presence of it, like circling you, like you're in the center and it's just sort of like going around in this like clockwise motion, like waiting for like weakness to show. And you get the sense that some sort of magic is keeping you here. Right? You get the sense that maybe the spider or whatever it is trying to hold you here until its master can get here. Right? Until the person or entity it serves can arrive. So you have to push V a little bit more, right? And now urgency is really important here. So what do you do with this information, Bois?
I have a thought. How this may be difficult, this next part, but I have a feeling it will make our onward journey a lot easier. I have a sense that tackling our issue head on might actually be the best solution here. So I might suggest that we all find a place to hide as well as we can. Something's on its way, and I don't think it's going to stop. You see, there is a guardian, shall we say, of these dreams, and it, doesn't normally pick up on my regular clientele, but bringing an actual paragon into the dream shield seems to have enticed its it seems to be attracted, shall we say, to this particular spot that we're in, and I don't know that we will get away from it right now unless we can figure out very, very quickly solutions to all of your nightmares. So I suggest that we tackle this thing head on.
So we fight.
I'm posing the question. How do we all feel about that?
I'm always down for a good fight, especially with something that can't be reasoned with.
Hold on, how are you responding to the fact that Boitian said a paragon?
Oh yeah, I was getting there, don't worry.
Go ahead, Oka.
What's the most fun? On Paragon, I think Oka was maybe like shuffling around, kind of like looking in a daydream, and then they just stop and like shift and turn. What the fuck would you know about Paragons?
Enough to know you're not merchants. I had my suspicions, which were entirely confirmed when a spider crawled through the wall, and I realized that yes, you are indeed exactly who I thought you were. So I have an idea as to who you may all be, but that's okay. We're all pulling for the same side right now because we all want to get out of here alive. So how about we save this little to and fro about how I know things that I know for after we try and kill this thing? How about that?
You make a compelling point.
I appreciate that. Shall we hide, everyone? I'll cast Pass Without Trace, and Boa is just gonna run and like fully like slide underneath the heart-shaped bed.
I love that. Okay, how are the rest of you trying to hide? Let's start with Dewey.
I decidedly do not want to hide under the bed. And Dewey's already got his big ring for his rope trick hole, extra dimensional hole out.
Nice.
He's like, anyone want in? No, just me.
I think before Manaya notices the rope trick hole, she's like gathering the sheets and the pillows on the bed and like trying to cover herself with them and just jump on the bed to disguise herself as a bunch of pillows.
Okay. What about you, Oka?
Manaya's ace. She doesn't like...
You're huge. That's a very suspicious lump of pillows.
As if I'm going to fit through that tiny hole.
Your choice.
Oka, what do you do?
Oka fucking disappears. As just like shadow just goes like wraps up their body and they're just gone. Cast invisibility.
Nice. And what about you, V?
V is going to huddle up like right against the head of the bed and cast minor illusion to make it look like a little nightstand is like in front of her with a little lamp on it. That's like a heart-shaped lamp.
Okay. All of you who are not invisible make a stealth check with a +10 because of Pass Without Trace. Go ahead, Boa.
Perfect. Yeah. No, I was just
Okay,
going to say that my Hunter's Mark will have dropped at this point, just in the name of keeping myself honest, because this Pass Without Trace is another concentration spell.
Concentration? Okay, sounds good. Yep.
Yes.
Using a personal?
Okay, sounds good.
21.
Okay, 21.
Make sure
Jasper,
everyone
you
passes 10.
fucking cursed me. I swear to God, I rolled 2 2s in a row.
No! You get a +10, though. You get a +10, so it should still be okay.
14.
Okay,
I'm not
that's
going to take that. I'm going to use
okay.
one more personal.
Sounds good.
It was a fucking 3. All right, I'm taking that. 15.
Okay, 15 from Anaya, 16 from Dewey. What about V?
I also used the personal, and I'm at
Okay.
23 now.
20. Okay, 23.
Yeah.
And
I guess it makes sense. Manaya wouldn't have great stealth.
Bua's invisible, right?
Yeah, Bert is currently under the bed in
Under the bed.
darkness.
Okay, cool.
But
right, so
I'm
you're-
assuming that's in darkness, so therefore
so therefore exactly. And Oka, you don't need to roll.
I
'cause
got a
you're invisible.
37 anyway. Just I
For
rolled a 12
posterity's
again.
sake.
Just for
Oh
the
my
records.
god. That's an insane amount. Anyway, 37 on your stealth. Got it.
and that's only from rolling a 12. It's truly ridiculous.
That
I'm
is
sorry for
ridiculous.
everyone.
Okay. So Oka, is there anything you want to say before I move on?
I don't think so.
Okay, sounds good. In that case, all of you in your various hidey holes, Dewey getting ready to open up, right? Like this pocket dimension, Manaya on the bed. Go ahead, Boa.
Can I prep an action for if something appears? I would like to yells. Can I do that? Oh no, that's also a concentration spell. I will not do that. Sorry, apologies.
Okay,
Carry on.
no worries. You're gonna maintain concentration on Pass Without Trace, and I think as
Yes.
y'all waiting there with bated breath, I think Dewey at this point you've climbed up into your rope trick dimension and you've sealed it up and you're looking down. There's a moment of silence, and you just all sort of hear your own breathing, right? Underneath your own breath, standing there waiting, and then all of you feel the weave around you tighten. Like you're fish trapped in a net, and the fishermen are hauling you out of the sea, and this weave is tightening around your skin. And any one of you, I think our regular PCs will be very familiar with this sensation, but Boa, I think you relate this sensation to the Dream Warden approaching. Okay. And you also get the sensation whenever you're near really strong magic or really powerful magical creature or an emissary of a god or something. Is a similar sensation as the weed just starts to tighten around you. The sense of pressure is sort of weighing down on you. And Oka, Manaya, Dewey, V, and Rev, this would be familiar to when you encountered Yutabathi's God Shard, when you encountered the Raven Queen's God Shard, when you encountered the God Shards of Scott and Neck. This is a similar sensation here, okay? Pressing down. And then, just like that, darkness around all of you. A magical darkness just swirls and fills the space. You're still in the same position, but I don't think you can see unless you have magical dark vision that can help you see through magical darkness. Which, do you have, Blitzen?
I have dark vision, yeah, up to.
Okay, but this is this would be the equivalent of magical special.
Oh, this is magical
special
darkness.
dark vision.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Advanced darkness.
Advanced darkness 3.0. And you all hear a voice come from everywhere and nowhere at once, sort of just in your heads and all around you. It's a dream. And as this voice speaks, you all just have this intimate knowledge that all of you are hearing this. And the voice just goes, "Not yet. I'm not going to fight you just yet. Get to me first. Now fall." Poof! And the ground just drops open underneath all of you. And you plummet into water. Okay? Knee-deep, thigh-deep water. Poof, and you land. Some of you are prone based on, boy, you're lying underneath the bed, so I think you fall face first into this salty, brackish water. And then poof, a puff of light illuminates the interior of this space, and you realize that all of you have fallen into like the hold of a ship. Right? Like the hull of like a sailing ship that has like holes punched through it. It looks like it has suffered some damage, and water is spilling in, pouring in through the holes, and is starting to fill the space. It's now like currently like knee and thigh deep. What do the 6 of you do?
Buckets. Dewey, V, boy, you're the fastest. We're sinking. Grab buckets, throw them overboard.
What buckets?
Are there buckets?
Dewey, you look down and you're holding a bucket.
Okay.
Okay, you and me, we're gonna patch up these holes. Spare wood. Barrels of spare wood. They're usually down here. Where are they?
You look and you see a barrel of spare wood that's kind of damp from like the water starting to fill the space.
Oka lands in the water and immediately slips in it, and like all just down the front, and they are alarmed, but like more cognizant than they have been for the rest of the dreams. I think like looking about themselves wildly, and they wheel on Boa, kind of like losing Manaya's command in the heat of this moment. They wheel on Boa. What was that? What was that?
No time. We're sinking.
We're not sinking, Manaya. It's a dream. What was that?
We probably are actually sinking. Like, we will drown if we don't actually sort the boat out. This does happen. We probably should do as Manaya says. I'm assuming this is Manaya's dreamscape, but Oka, this was something very, very bad, and it was, quite honestly, probably a mistake bringing you all in here. But here we are, so let's keep going.
Actually, no. Oka, you switch places. Dewey, you have a hammer. Oka, run as fast as you can. Take Dewey's bucket and start hauling water out of the boat. Because we're in like we're in the bottom of the ship, right?
Yes, you are.
Are there stairs up?
You turn and you look and you see stairs. They sort of materialize out of nowhere and like form a ceiling, rippling above you in the darkness, with like a little square trapdoor.
Right. Okay, V, boy, take the buckets, start getting water out of the ship. Beat to quarters, let's go.
Is there a hole in the ship or anything? Like, is there a place where like water's coming in, or?
There are several. Let's say there are 3, like big, like look like cannonball-sized holes where like water is streaming in from.
Sweet. Can I go stick my head through and see if there's anything below the boat?
Yes, you can. Make a perception check. I would say with disadvantage, given the fact that you're sticking your head into water. Okay.
Well, what are you doing?
Manaya.
21.
Okay, you stick your head out and your eyes are like salt water's getting in them, but you like keep them open. You look down. It's dark, but there's some sort of like light filtering through the top of the sea. Somehow you're able to see maybe 300 feet beneath you. Like a dark presence circling underneath the ship. Okay? And some leftover magic of Hunter's Mark twinges. That's what you see.
Cool. No doubt. Okay. Cool.
As I think this is happening, and Manaya's, giving orders. Yeah. Oka whirls on her, kind of like almost focused on her heartbeat. And they just kind of like grab her shoulder and Manaya, hey, focus. And they just like, it's almost like a tender touch, but it's like very forceful in the way that Oka is. They just like take it like down the side of her temple, just 2 of their fingers. And I'm going to use basically the opposite of a blood curse. My brand new blood curse. I'm very excited about it. Blood curse of the anxious, but Uno reverse, where I'm literally going to, Oka tugs on the inside of Manaya's heartbeat and slows it down. and like literally physically brings her blood pressure down. And I can and will roll charisma if you want me to. Because I have a 19 in that now, bitches. We went from a -2 to a +4. Here we are.
Manaya, will you let this happen to you?
Yeah, I mean, initially she should object, but she trusts Oka.
Okay. Manaya, how do you respond as you feel your body physically calming down with Oka like brushing the side of your cheek?
Manaya takes a shaky breath and goes, thanks, but we really need to get this water out.
Oka nods and like a little, like just a bit of blood just comes right out their nose. And they nod, scoop up a bucket and run up the stairs.
Careful with that. There might be sharks here.
Good to know.
Oka looks at the bucket, frowns, and then keeps running.
We must have there must be a better way of potentially getting this water out. Or does anyone have any way potentially of sealing these holes? I think that might be a better place to start. than
Dewey,
bucketing
let's
water.
go.
Yeah. I picked up mending. So
Oh.
I'm just
There you go, there you go. And
pulling out
Manaya's
the holes,
just like
patching them.
taking her axe and hammering planks to cover up the holes.
Okay. Manaya and Dewey, both of you make a sleight of hand check for me, like a dexterity check to see like how quickly you can do this. V, how are you assisting as Oka goes up the stairs with a bucket?
V is kind of sitting on this chair on the stairs, like halfway up, and has Mage Hand with a bucket getting water, going up and dumping it out and coming back, and just like you just see this green floating hand with a bucket going back and forth, and V's just kind of like checking her nails.
In the dream, okay. Really interesting. As Oka, you peer your head through the trap door. Water is just gushes down on you. As you continue to go up, all of you see Oka rise from the depths, a sunken deep part of the hold, and like come up with the same bucket. Right? Like it's almost like on a loop. As you rise out of the water, and we see the Mage Hand bucket dump more water back into the hold. So Dewey and Manaya, what did the two of you get?
I used a personal inspiration, so that's a
Okay,
10.
sounds good.
I got a
10 for
28.
Manaya.
God.
20. Okay.
Artificer.
The 10 is not quite sufficient to patch one of the holes up quickly or well. So you can either, I think it's badly and you take a long time.
Yeah,
Dewey.
and as soon as I figure out that my like hands are slipping, I call for Dewey.
Okay, Dewey with your 28. Bam, 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 bam. You like patch up one hole, you patch up another hole, like with mending, and you run over to Manaya and you patch up the third hole, helping her. And now you've successfully sealed up the holes, but there's still water in here, right? And the water is like maybe has like risen up to your chests here, and it feels cold and damp. What do?
Maybe we should drink it.
I think I may have actually got this the wrong way round. I apologize, everyone. I'm thinking. My original suspicion was that we would have to sink the boat and perhaps go lower, but I don't think we can swim out of that hole unless we literally swim out of that hole. So my suspicion would be, anyone here can't swim? Is anyone? This would be a good time to say if you can't swim.
Connie, just a quick lens and veils check. Are we going to approach any like drowning or suffocation here?
No, we
Okay,
are not.
thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone who can swim, swim. Anyone who can't, stick with me.
Okay, perfect. The dream world often plays on our fears and your desperation to want to keep this boat up probably is the thing that you then perhaps have to, overcome. I'm assuming since we've blocked the holes and yet we are still here and surrounded by water. That would be my suggestion: is that we this fills and then we simply swim out of that hole and we will be able to reach the surface of the water.
Oka,
Yeah.
Dewey, V, how do you respond to this?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think V is just like start getting ready. And where's Rev through all this? I mean, I think V is just gonna like get ready with Rev. And actually, I think we'll use this cast disguise self. Why not to put herself into like a bathing suit and goggles and ready to go. Even though the water's gonna go right through the goggles because it's just an illusion, but she's ready
Totally.
to like swim.
I think through all of this, like through working, like the V disguises have like been like splashed away by all the water, and like Rev is now Rev. You are all like yourselves, right? And like the little dragon Raven is turning into what you see. What would make sense? Like a tiny mini little, like it looks like a little mini Leviathan. Like circling around you, and it's chirping, "Hurry, hurry, hurry!"
Yep. Okay, hurry. Who has the best means of blowing as big a hole as possible in the side of this ship as we can? I think that the swifter this is over, the better.
Normally,
Everyone
V.
looks at V.
Normally, V, I would ask you, but listen, I'll knock a hole in the ship. You need to save your magic. We need all of the fire, all of the heat magic you can take, all of the heat magic you can produce to heat the water around us to lift us up. Hot water rises.
I like
Well,
that plan.
I don't know if a fireball underwater, that might get water too hot. I don't want to spoil the life.
Listen, if we're swimming upwards, it should be fine.
Okay.
Let's
Alright.
all position ourselves as close to this hatch as possible, so that we don't we can make the swiftest escape possible.
Okay. Manaya, where are you trying to blow this hole open?
I think we're gonna go to the places that the holes were initially there, and she's gonna touch the side and whisper a prayer in Wuhan, just an apology to those who built this ship, those who dedicated this ship. And then, with her eyes closed, she swings the blunt end of her axe into the hole, into the side of the ship, into the hull, knocking a hole in it.
Okay, make an attack roll with advantage because Bull's insight has been helping you.
"21.
That is sufficient. Okay, boosh, you bash a hole through the side of this hole, and like water starts streaming in. All right,
And
what's the
Manaya
next
bashes
step?
again.
Push
Keep going
more water
until it's big enough for all of us to get out.
Yep, you bash, 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 and I think the water just goes up to your chins as you bash a big enough hole for everyone to swim out into. And at this moment, all of you hear sort of vibrating through the water like a low guttural, like a growl from some sort of entity that is now quickly approaching you from beneath. What do you all do?
If I can, and I know we changed a little bit about this, can I grab sort of like an airbender style, just like a pocket of air from the remaining air that's in the cabin?
Is there like a specific feature you're trying to trigger or like a specific spell?
No, because again, we reworked things.
Then in that case, just make like an Arcana check because we are in a dreamscape.
I'll keep the nat 1. Why not?
You
Fun.
suck all the air out, and
Oh
the
my
water fills the space. And maybe you all like reflexively like take a gasp of air before it's gone, and you like hold your breath. But like there's no drowning here. When I'm in water in my dreams, I can just breathe through the water, even though it's kind of scary, right? So I think that as the water fills in, the danger here is this Leviathan that's circling your ship from the deep, and the fact that you're in its natural hunting grounds. So what do the 5 of you do?
Manaya's looking around for anyone who's struggling.
Oka can't swim that well, but I think like just on reflex, these fucking gigantic, like kind of as they wriggle out of the hole, these giant wings tear out of their back, and they actually use it in the water to propel themselves upward.
So
Cool.
as hell.
Is anyone going to be heating the water like Manaya suggested? How are we all getting up and out of here? Oka's using your wings. How about the rest of you? Dewey?
I think that Dewey, as has been the butt of so many jokes, his bones have to be hollow and light to fly. So I think he just like naturally just kind of starts floating up against his will. He's like, see ya, I guess.
Wait, I love that. Inspiration for that. Inspiration for Dewey for that. Yeah, Dewey goes up at the same speed as Oka, who's like, through the water with your wings. What about you, V?
I think as they start to go up, this little red ball of energy is going to come out of the diamond and head towards the Leviathan, and just cast fireball at it, which is It's far enough that no one's going to get in the fireball, I assume, and then that will both create some heat and also perhaps some propulsion up.
Okay, that's a deck save, eh? What's your spell save DC?
Oh God, we should make sure it still is what it is. 15.
Okay, it's saved, so roll half damage. As you go up, just like roll the dice and we'll resolve that in a second. As you rise, Boa, how are you getting out of here as you see the people you're guiding, like, get out of here in various methods?
I mean, Boa has a swim speed, but I think Boa is still the 35-foot swim speed. So, Boa's, I think, like once everyone's like going up, I think like trying to like, I guess like if there's a way that Boa can kind of get anything else from this like creature that's below us. I think that like I'm guessing it's like a manifestation of like the same thing that's kind of behind us. And I think that Boa knows that there is an inevitability about us fighting this thing, and is desperately trying to not do it on its terms. So I think like just trying to like see if they can glean any information about it, whether it's like magically or no, just to see if there's any way that we can kind of get a upper hand on it, I guess. So just remaining slightly more in danger to let this thing get a little bit closer to kind of get a bit of a read on it, if that's possible.
Okay, roll investigation on this thing as you stay behind, as it like the shadow begins to get bigger and bigger and bigger as the fireball like explodes around it, but it just sort of pushes through the explosion. So V, what is half damage on that?
The half damage is 17.
17. Okay, let me write that down. Okay. So what did Boa get for investigation?
It's 17 for investigation. Hey,
okay, I will let you ask one question about this thing, and I'll answer truthfully.
Ooh. Is it... Oh. How could we hide from it?
You can't. You're
Okay.
inside it.
Ah, fun.
Okay?
Yeah. Cool.
Okay.
Nice. Aha, okay. Actually,
Kind of like
that's interesting.
you're inside its influence, kind of.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
Mhm.
Like you can't really, you can just sort of keep running from it and it can keep chasing you. Yeah.
Sweet.
Okay.
Got it.
Okay. And Manaya, are you swimming up as well to get out, or how are you getting yourself out of here?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything in my kit that I can use. Yeah, no.
Okay, so you're just swimming. Sounds good.
Just keep swimming.
Totally. So is Rev. Rev's also just sort of like swimming powerfully, cutting through the water. And V, maybe like the blast from the fireball helps like propel you upward and away from this creature. And Boa, you see this creature sort of like lunge out of like the depths at you as you start to swim away from it. And you see like this massive maw come into existence, like a shadow rippling off of it, opening up with like these huge like rimmed teeth. And it chomps at your ankles, right? But I think like the force of its like jaws like snapping down propels you upward a little bit more. And you like go up and it's like, it looks like just basically like a giant mean shark, but more sleek than a shark, not so rough, with like various tentacle like limbs that are still obscured in darkness. And the five of you swim, you fly, you float, you blast your way out of this water, and you surface, you break the surface, this chill wind, like gusting at you as you finally take your first breath of real oxygenated air, and you find yourselves in a classroom? Looking around, you see a Tulungan style imperial exam
Max is
room.
like, fuck a classroom.
Max pieced out of here as soon as I said anything resembling SAT prep.
Oh my god.
So funny. I'm just going to... You know what? I'm gonna keep going. And when Max gets back, we can catch Max up. And for now, the webcams are just gonna be kind of fucked. But I think it'll be okay. So You all find yourselves in a classroom. And as the water is like around your necks and you're sort of like treading water, the water slowly starts sinking down, and then like a floor rises up to sort of sweep your feet up, and maybe you stumble a little as this like floor comes up and the water comes down and the floor comes up until there's no water anymore. And you just sort of see, because there are 6 of you, right? You see 6 tables. 6 desks. Each one has like a little placard on it, written in Tew, but for some reason, even if you can't read Tew, you can understand it, because weird dream logic, but you know it's Tew, with your name on it. With your real names on it, I should say. So we see Wang Botian, we see Cardu Quirk, we see Manaya Wairua, we see Visanti Noksherzo, and we see Makoya Hien. Instead of Oka Hie. And there is a big partition set up at the front of this classroom, and there's an unmoving figure silhouetted behind the partition. You can't see their face, but there's a partition, and the partition is on a raised dais at the very front of the classroom.
Oh my god.
And you all sort of know that this figure behind it is the proctor. And you all hear, your time starts now. And you hear a clock start ticking down. What do the 5 of you do?
Oka reaches for Dream Hunter and oh, welcome back, Max.
Welcome back. Let's wait for Max to turn their webcam on.
Max, we're taking the SATs now.
Yeah, so I saw in chat. Ooh.
So just a really quick recap. You're all now in a classroom. There are desks for each of you with your real names on it. So for Oka, it's Makoya Hien. For V, it's Visanti Noksherzo. Ooh, for Rev, it is... Let me just double check her real name. It is Mist Stiltwalker instead of Rev.
Whoa.
Okay?
Aw, love that.
Okay.
Yep.
Big fan.
6 tables. There's a partition on a raised dais at the very front of the classroom with a figure. You can't see their face, obscure. Sort of like that sequence in Mulan where you sort of see her like silhouette. She's taking a bath, like behind the partition and stuff like that. There's a person just standing there that you know is like the proctor who just told you
Wouldn't
your
it be
time starts
7?
now. What was that?
Wouldn't it be 7? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
6 with Rev.
Yeah.
With Rev and Boa. So there's 4 of you, Rev and Boa. So that's 6. 4 plus 2 is 6. Lyra. Were
We
you
have
not?
Rev and Boa.
Right. Math is weird.
Yeah, math is weird, but yeah. Let's get back. Let's
If
get
it's
back
a
into the
math test,
session.
I swear to God.
Can I
Yeah.
ask DM, do I recognize this classroom? Would I recognize this classroom?
Have you taken the Imperial exam before?
I think probably passed the Imperial exam with flying colors.
Okay. Then yes, this is one of the classrooms they would use for an Imperial exam. Like, it's not all like every test taker in a single hall, though it is like that sometimes, but like this is one of like the breakout rooms, I guess, that they would like take you to. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Burr's definitely just like looking around, taking a minute. Burr's gonna like open the desk and see if they see. I wanna see if Burr's like stuff is in the desk. Like I feel like extremely like neat, like laid out like pencil, paper, like the name like really like well written on the page.
Definitely.
Like, and okay, awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna like take it out, put it on the desk, and just
You
make
also
sure it's
see-
neat and everything.
You see a letter, a familiar letter from your parents, that just sort of has like one word, like one line written on it, signed off from your parents. That just says, "Don't disappoint us," and signed off with your mom and dad, like on it. And this was like the letter they wrote you on the day of your Imperial exam.
Burr kisses it and folds it up very neatly and puts it in a top pocket.
Okay, Buzz ready to take this test. How about the rest of you? Let's go with Manaya.
Manaya has taken tests before, but not very often. The orphanage didn't have many standardized tests. So she's worried a little bit. A
Okay,
little anxious.
but you go to your seat and you sit down. Sorry, go ahead, Boa.
No, I think Burr is gonna like finish like the test. Like if there's like a test in here, finish the test in like rapid speed. go up to the dais, hand the test in, and then is going to sort of announce like, I would like to, I will mediate the rest of the exam, if that is okay, and I'll refer to the shadowy figure and say, may I please mediate the rest of the exam?
Interesting. Okay, before you get there, though, there are several steps to resolve.
Okay, sure.
Yes, because there's something going on with this test that's kind of funky. But I really like that.
Okay.
We'll hold on to that. And
I'm
pan
gonna
away
fail
from
the test now. Great.
yeah, you immediately get an F minus.
I'm gonna fail this test.
Yeah. We have to. It's okay. It's graded on a curve. We pan over to Manaya as do you still find your seat though, Manaya, and like try to figure out the test? Okay. Manaya, you go over to your desk, you sit down, you look down at this piece of paper and this like quill, right? You're like, oh boy. And now we're gonna pan over to Dewey. Dewey, how are you taking this in stride? Do you sit down to take the test or do you refuse?
Oh yeah, Dewey sit in front row. Ready to go.
Teacher's pet. You sit down, you're like, okay, let's do this. Because you're brainy, right? You've taken a lot of tests, I think, in the past. V, what about you?
V is gonna go through her knapsack, and she's got, like, in this dream world logic, she's got a forged note from her parents that her non-existent parents, that she is excused from taking the test.
Oh
And
my
she's
God.
frantically looking through her knapsack for
Oh
it.
my God.
Oh my god, that's so funny. You sit down, but you're like tearing through your knapsack, and we see like a banana
Right.
peel.
She's telling
like an
the
apple
teacher,
core.
my pen, my lucky pen, I've got it in here somewhere. I'm just looking for it. Don't worry.
That's so funny. What about you, Oka?
I think, as perhaps opposed to Boa, Oka has also been in this situation before, and unlike Boa's beautiful, neat desk, Oka's desk is a fucking shit show. There are like scrolls all shoved into it, and like books with lots of stuff sticking out, and like drawings of like monsters and sword fights, that look like they were made by a child. And I think that Oka themselves has actually changed. They look different. Their hair is literally so fucking long. It's in this gigantic single braid all the way down their back that literally is just spooling on the floor. It's just like sitting on the floor. They don't have any scars. All their jewelry is still there. And they look soft. Like their face is like soft and kind and gentle. And they reach back as though they were going for a dream hunter, and they pull it out, but it's a huge pencil, or like a huge quill, I think. And they dip the two huge quill in the tiny little ink pot in the corner of their desk, and they start trying really hard at the test.
I love that. And Boa, I think as you're looking at this test and you're like, all right, I'm just going to speed through it and like go up and do this thing. I know what to do. Your little raven companion that had turned into a leviathan now, blah, falls onto the corner of your desk and like it sort of like loses all shape and form. It just becomes like a puddle on the corner, like next to your ink pot. And then the puddle sort of like forms like a circular spherical shape, and the front of it like sharpens down as it turns into like a clock. And as it rings, it says 60 minutes, 60 minutes. Your little raven companion.
Okay, set the timer for 5. I should be done.
It hurts, the pain. And it sets the timer for 5. Yep, and it starts counting down. And as all of you look down at your tests, the first question is,
Connie, tell me you didn't make an actual fucking test for us to take right now.
Swear to God.
question number one. Question number 1 on this exam is, what is the meaning of blue? And it's a yes or no question.
Okay.
Oka puts down no.
Okay. Boa?
But I was gonna put down yes.
Okay. Let's go to Manaya. What about Manaya?
Blue is the ocean. Yes, of course.
Okay. Dewey?
Dewey skips the question and looks up. Are they all like this? Are
Okay,
all the
you look-
questions like
You
this?
skip it and look at the next one. But let's go to V first. What do you do?
V is going to circle and then erase both of them until it looks like it could have been either choice.
God.
You're trying to game the system. Oh my god.
That's
Okay.
amazing.
Love it. Dewey, as you skip down to the next question, and as all of you, reply yes or no, and you look down to the next one. The next question is open response. What does fear taste like?
Okay. Interesting. Do we have could we we can access like our own things, right?
Yes, you have access to your inventory and your spells and stuff. Yeah.
Okay, amazing. Bo is gonna reach down and pull out some like rations that he has on him, like a little biscuit, and is gonna put it on the corner of the desk and then just make direct eye contact with everyone.
I think Oka is too focused because they're also gripping, like they're holding the pencil, which is also Dream Hunter. So I think their like hand starts to bleed a little, and that is what kind of just gets smeared in that question. But they're like they're like stuck. They're like really stuck staring at it.
I'm gonna write biscuit.
Okay.
Dewey does
Love
not
it.
catch Boa's eyes because he's front row, can't see anything behind him.
Teacher's pet. Got it. Dewey, how do you respond to this question, or do you skip it as well?
I think he just writes like emptiness and then just keeps going. Do the ones you know
Okay.
first.
Such a good test taker. V, how do you respond?
V writes, to see answer, insert 5 silver pieces.
My fucking god.
Okay. What about Manaya?
I think Benaya may be the only person who makes eye contact with Boa. Sees what he does, looks back in confusion. What do you respond?
Yeah, I'll just look at the biscuit and then look down at my test.
Benaya takes a handful of dry grits and sprinkles them on the corner of her desk, and then writes in the box, burnt toast.
Okay. Which leads us to the final question on this test, which is, who 40 silver different bamboos?
Open question?
Open question.
Oka writes their own name.
Okay.
Oh my
Oh, they write their own name in blood because they're so edgy. They like put the pencil down and
God.
yeah, it's fucked up. Yeah.
With
Do
a
you
passive perception of 24, Bird definitely sees this as just
Yeah,
like,
you do.
for God's sake.
I-
Like, it's so angry by like this. It's just like incensed, just like, who do you think you are?
Oh my god. Oka, I have to know, do you write Oka Hie or Makoya Hien?
Makoya Hien.
Okay. How does Manaya respond?
What was the question?
Who 40 silver different bamboos?
Manaya attempts 3 different times to spell Noct Scherzo after V, crosses all of them out, and then writes Oka ?
Okay. What does Dewey do?
Dewey just resorts to like word association and starts writing down like a poem with as many of those words as he can.
Dewey's such a good
Like
student. Okay.
Yeah, except it's in like Wuhan or something.
Sure.
Just like close to nonsense.
Oh my god, that's so funny. What about you, V?
V is going to write, for all your bamboo needs, visit V's virtuous vestiges, and then writes down the address of her burned down shop in the Championship of Nepal.
Okay. And of course, last but not least, Boa. How do you respond?
Bird's gonna make sure that no one sees what he writes, and is going to write the true paragon of Tulong.
Okay. And you're done with the tests now. Boy, do you do what you wanted to do? Do you go up to the proctor and try to say something? Or what's our next play here as you all like start to fill out the final? I think if you want to, Boy, you can be the first to finish.
Yeah, cool. I think, I'll go up and say, may I mediate this test? I've scored excellently in previous tests, and I would like to test my ability in this next step.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Okay.
This will be your attempt at the solution. Okay.
Ooh, I'm gonna use one of my. Oh, I don't think I have a thingy left. Do I? No,
You're
I don't.
out of them. We have collective inspiration.
Cool.
3.
Ooh, would people mind? Is that okay? Is that okay? Thank
Do it.
you
Go
very
for it.
much. Thank you. That's much better. Persuasion. That is a 19.
Okay, that is sufficient. You just hear the same voice go, "Be my guest, but don't go easy on him." And the shadowy figure just sort of collapses like a pillar of salt behind the partition.
Cool. In which case, what grading system do we use in this? Would we use in this school? Do we know?
Oh boy, let's say like a
it
percentile
like-
grading system.
A percentile
Okay,
grading
yeah,
system.
yep.
Okay, perfect. I mark mine 100%. Put that down on the thing. I'll go over to V, 95%. Put that down. Dewey, I'll like 98%. Put that down. Then I'll go to Mariana and be like 96%. Put that down. And then I'm gonna walk over to Oka and just be like.
There's like blood all over their fucking test. They're just gonna they're like kind of looking at it and looking at their hands, and then they like sort of, they look younger too. They just kind of look up at you, the corner of their eye.
I think like I think like seeing them younger is like that. I think you get that moment again where like Boa's like 91% puts it down on the desk. And I'll write pass next to all of them. Like I'll like a little dash pass on the top. So yeah, and I'll put them all down on the desk, and then turn around and say, "Well, congratulations, everyone. I believe that you all scored excellently on the test. You should be very, very proud of yourselves."
We should go celebrate in the Silent Grove like we were planning. Come on. And Oka like starts to get up. They like grab the pencil that they like then it like gets shoveled back. Come on, that's what we're going to go do.
Silent Grove celebration. We just got here.
No, we've been waiting for this for so long. Come on, my sisters are going to be there too. You promised. You promised we were going to go.
I think we should go anywhere but the Silent Grove, personally. It's a sacred place. We should not trample through it with our mortal wares and feet, and we're all, we're not prepared properly to travel to the Silent Grove, so...
What's the worst that could happen? And besides, we've been cooped up in the palace for so long.
The ground begins to rumble just a little bit, begins to shake as you're having this conversation. Boy, you know that this means that Oka is sort of like, oh boy, like they're starting to unravel a little bit. This is bad. You're starting to lose control of the situation as the ground starts to tremble.
Yeah, I think Boa like swallows really hard. Let's go to the Silent Grove, shall we?
Oh,
and like gestures to the door.
Come on, I know the way. I've been planning it for ages now. Let's go.
I think Boa's gonna follow behind uncomfortably close to Oka, like not letting them leave out of like 5 feet of them right now.
I think Oka actually takes your hand. Like they're leading you somewhere and like holding hands.
Oh
boy.
Woo! Yeah.
Do the rest of you follow?
Before following, V looks at the handwriting of the 96% and takes her pen and just like changes the 6 to a 98. All right, I'm ready to go.
Manaya, Dewey?
Manai hesitantly takes up the rear.
Yeah, Dewey's sort of confused. Never been to a post-test party, but Oka certainly knows. Seems like they know where they're going.
Okay. With Oka leading, but reluctantly being dragged along, you burst through this door out of the test area and you stumble into the Silent Grove? Question mark. You see bamboo stalks. Okay, that's good. You see trees, and there's this sort of dull, ever-present crimson light all around you. And then eyes wink open on the trees. And you also see wings unfurl from the trees with crimson eyes on the wings. And everything gets just sort of like dark and red as the eyes all fix onto, like swiveling and looking at all 6 of you. And the eyes begin to cry. Dripping, bloodied, shadowy, tear-like masses onto the ground. And where they drip, shadow creatures form. Creatures that all of you have encountered before in the waking world. The new, strange, vicious beasts that now stalk the empty dark after the stars and the gods vanished, right? You see, like, one of their necks start to elongate and faces start to populate its body as, like, a familiar face stealer starts to, like, take form. And then you see, like, these, like, vicious, what we call the vicious chicken boys with their, like, big maws full of teeth. And then this puddle of, like, goo with chains wrapped around its body. Like, all of these monsters you've all encountered before start to populate the Silent Grove around you. And everything feels for V, Manaya, Dewey, and Rev so familiar. These are the exact same beats as this self-same nightmare you've had every single night ever since you entered Dabathati and the presence of the rage, right? This feels like the nightmare come to life. And as you look around, boy, you look down maybe at your body for some reason, and you realize you're Boy now. You're in your regular, like, dirty royal clothes, and the raven returns to the form of a raven and is chittering around you, like chirping and very, very, like, alarmed and scared. And as you look at your companions, you see that they have all changed shape. They all look like completely different people. Where V once stood, you see a gold-skinned tiefling. Okay? With these, like, black scleras and this, like, sort of, like, black hair up in a bun. Where Manaya once stood, very tall, you have to kind of look up and then you look down. You see, like, a bearded dwarven woman. Dressed sort of like in these, like, Wuhan robes with these, like, beautiful, like black tattoos, like, wrapped all up over her face and, like, covering every inch of her body. You turn to see where Dewey was, and you have to look up now, because Dewey is no longer Dewey. Dewey is this, like, centaur woman. Proud and tall, like a warrior princess, right? With tattoos wrapped up her arms, but not covering her entire body. And she, like you, has a bow slung around her back, but the bow is golden in, like, stark contrast to your shadowy black bow. And finally, but looking at where Oka used to stand, we see now this shadowy, vaguely humanoid mass. Of, like, what you at first think is just a totally black-skinned person, but you look at them and you realize it's just, like, void, with, like, no face, nothing, just, like, a black shape, with some sort of, like, swirling light at the center of their chest. And then you turn to where Rev was, and Rev has shrunk down to resemble a Kenku, dressed in, like, leather armor, right, with, like, a streak through with white feathers. Boy, if you would like, you can make a history check.
Yeah, oh man.
Okay.
Oh man. That's a 13.
A 13. Okay, even with a 13, I think, given your family history, I think you would know who these characters, these people are. These are the past paragons, or about half of them. Where V was standing is now Ying Jalt, Paragon of Scott and Nectus. Where Oka was standing is now Shuhai Miao, Paragon of Sen. Where Manaya was standing is now Ikaika Hekili. Paragon of Mahu. Where Dewey was standing is now this like buff centaur woman, Karvash Turai, Paragon of Galtanger. And where Rev was standing is now this Kenku Pascal, Paragon of the Raven Queen. These are like the past mythic paragons, and they're all here in front of you.
I think even given the surroundings, can I do like one? I want to do one quick insight check on myself because I want to. I think like there's a calculation here trying to work out whether like this is because it like he knows this obviously is in the dream. He's experienced things like this before, but this feels like with the what happened previously with the sigil and everything. Like I think Botien's like wondering whether this is somehow a like message. Like I think Botien's thinking this is like this might be the moment like for him. Like and I have a feeling he's going to be disabused really quickly of that notion, but we'll see.
Why don't you roll an insight check on yourself? Yeah.
I rolled an insight check on myself, and I got a 26. I got a 17 plus 9.
You are a man amongst gods, is what your insight check tells you. You look down at yourself, and you look like yourself. Maybe there's even a puddle of like reddish water on the ground, and you see your own reflection, and it's just you. Boy, it's just you. You haven't changed. You're looking at all these. You don't know what this means necessarily, but you're looking at all these past paragons that these companions have turned into, and you haven't. How does that make you feel?
I think Boa drops to his knees and starts praying to Mungshin Jedi and is like, I feel that this is you trying to tell me something, and I don't know what to make of it, but I fear this question is something I need to answer on my own. And I think Boa is going to... This is not where I find out. He takes the bow off of his back and barely without looking, extends the bow behind him and is going to fire it into one of the eyes that he sees around the grove that we're in.
Make an attack roll.
That's a 30.
A 30?
Yep.
That shit would hit Tiamat. The fuck?
That shit would hit God. Me. God, what the fuck?
Oh, no, too much.
Oh my god, okay.
I refuse to roll for damage. I will not harm my DM.
Why don't you roll damage, actually, with that? Before I say what happens. Why don't you roll damage first?
Okay. Gotta gather, and then one of these. We're not in combat, so I don't think that would count right now. Yeah. That is a 24 points.
Okay, 24 piercing total?
Yeah. Oh, actually, hold on, wait 1 second. I can. 25.
Nice. Okay. 25 that's a lot. Okay. You without looking, you unleash this arrow and it lodges itself right into one of the eyes on like one of the trees. And as soon as that arrow strikes that eye true, like ripples form from where you hit bullseye, literally. Ripples like sort of in the fabric of reality, like you're sort of like looking at a wall of water that was invisible, and it ripples outward. And as the ripple distends and spreads toward all of you, it is accompanied by a single note. Ding, just sort of ringing across. And as this note and this ripple sweeps over all of you, Botian, you see the disguises, the visions, the new visages get swept away and sort of like drift away like dust, like fog in the wind, off of your companions, right? This illusion or whatever it is, this vision drifts off of Dewey, off of V, off of Rev, Oka, and Manaya, and they're now like they're themselves again. And the grove is no longer crimson, like it wipes away all of the eyes, all of the tears, all of the leering monsters around you. And you are back in the Silent Grove. The actual Silent Grove, or so you think. And you hear a voice from behind you, because you didn't turn around, but I think the rest of you see this, except for Boa, unless you want to turn around. Hear a voice go, "Good shot."
Thank you. Boa's gonna stay facing that way. Boa does have the alert feat, so he can't be surprised. So I feel like he just sensed the presence behind him, and is just gonna stay facing towards the group. As you say, thank you very much. Shall we? Would you like to discuss, or are we getting straight into this?
The rest of you see the Dream Warden. She is a half-elf woman with long black hair, dark skin, dressed in these like beautiful robes, right? Framed by these, it's very picturesque, framed by these stalks of bamboo with like leaves like floating through the wind, and there's sort of like fog on the edges of this clearing, right? But the fog doesn't touch you. And she has floating in front of her a guzhien, which is sort of like this like ancient, like old instrument. And it looks very plain, just a regular guzhien. It's stringed, right? And she's got her hands over it, like ready to play. And she smiles. Her face is rather plain, right? Aside from her robes and her long hair, she looks pretty average. Almost unremarkable, like a face you just pass in a marketplace, right? But there's something about her that thrums with power. What do the rest of you do? Boa does not see this. And Boa, I don't think you've seen the Dream Warden before. I think you've just been
I
hunted.
haven't.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do I recognize this person?
Make a history check. All of you who
Well, I
want
recognize-
to. Yeah, make a
yeah.
history check if you want to recognize her.
I already know who it is, so I don't need to make this check. I already know. Do I like? Yeah, I think. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
23.
Okay. That's good.
My tarot deck just flew all over the room. Hold on.
18 for Dewey.
18 for Dewey, 23 for Oka. Manaya, are you going to roll or are you going to not roll?
18 or 11 rather.
Okay, 11
keep
for
that.
Manaya. V?
14.
14 for V. Manaya and V, you get the sense that she's important, right? Like, you're like, she's definitely some sort of historical figure, but you can't put your finger on the name. The name comes to both Dewey and Oka. Juan Us Toy, the paragon of Mungshan Judi from a mythic past.
And Oka says it out loud. They just kind of like whisper it.
Does that make you turn around, Boa?
This is wild. What would Boa do? Oh my god. I think I really don't know. I think Boa might just attack, like, because I think that Boa. I don't know if Boa could bring himself to like contemplate that might actually be them, and everything that he's seen is like, this is the dream messing with me, and all of my training, everything that I know has told me not to trust this, so I can't trust this. So I think he just looses an arrow.
Okay.
Like,
without looking, you loose another arrow?
yeah, literally just
Okay.
loose an arrow.
Okay, and with that, we're gonna roll initiative. And we are going to, I think, take a break on that. Another 10-minute break. We will be back for the conclusion, for the boss battle, the conclusion of this interlude. We will see you in 10 minutes. It is 6:03 here, so we'll see you at 6:13. All right. Speech, we'll be right back. Hello, 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 everybody. We are back from break. Welcome back to what I promise is the final third of our Arc 3 Interlude episode. We're just having too much fun with Jasper here. So as a reminder, as always, Transplanar RPG is set in a grim, dark, gritty fantasy world that deals with potentially triggering subjects for some viewers. So some content warnings for this campaign and this particular episode may include giant spiders, death, fantasy violence, horror, gore, toxic and abusive relationships, guns, natural disasters, alcohol and substance use, addiction, memory loss, emotional trauma and baggage, self-destructive behavior, bloodletting, cults and cult-like behavior, and anxiety and panic attacks described in detail. Use !CW in chat at any time to get a list of these content warnings. Take care of yourself. So, with that out of the way, let's hop right back into the combat. With Ba, you unleash another arrow straight at this person. Let's say she's about 40 feet away from you, sort of in like the depths of the grove. That's more than enough range, I think, for your longbow to hit. So why don't you make an attack roll for me with advantage, I think, because it's a surprise attack. She was not expecting you to just straight up attack her. It looked like she maybe wanted to talk a little bit longer.
That is a 22 to hit.
Okay, that hits.
I took a -5 on that, by the way.
For your what's it called, Deadeye or Sharpshooter or something?
Sharpshooter.
Yeah.
So am I okay to can I use a bonus action in this
Yes.
as part of this or yes,
we have
I can.
started combat, so you are at the top of the initiative.
Okay, here we go.
I'm so afraid.
Yeah, this is terrible. This is gonna be terrible. So basically, you see as Boa it puts the bow behind him as he goes, like reaches his other hand out again with like no arrow like having been drawn. It pulls back his arm, and as he pulls back his arm, like like pure lightning just extends between his two hands as he looses a lightning arrow. And just so everyone knows, this is going to be a crit because if my opponent is surprised, I crit.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna roll a lot of dice. It'll be 2 seconds. 2, 3, 4. Okay, cool. So that's 13.
I'm so jealous of everyone who has to add multiple dice.
So Jasper, I know you're rolling dice right now, but how we do crits
Yes.
here in Transplanar RPG
please.
is you get two
Yes.
options. One is
Okay.
you can take full damage,
Right.
and then roll dice again. Is one
Mhm.
way. The other one is you can roll dice twice, like in A Rose Is Written, but you also get a narrative boon, right? You get to like create an opportunity for your allies somehow, right? And you get to decide what that looks like. Up to you.
Oh, I think I'm definitely gonna do that second one. That sounds like
Okay.
hella fun.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
for sure.
let's do damage first. So that count your dice.
Okay. I've decided to go to the calculator because no one wants to sit and listen to me just be like
Jasper math ASMR. I'd tune in.
Okay. Plus what did I get? That didn't roll too well.
The chuckle.
Somehow I just don't believe you.
It's wild, I'll be honest. Okay. 63 points of damage on the first hit.
Okay. Is that off lightning damage?
That is hold on, let me see. I think it actually makes everything lightning damage. Yes, so it
Okay,
would be.
sounds good. Okay, 63 lightning. All right. Why don't I describe what it looks like as you try to like decide like what the boon you want is? So you unleash this like arrow of pure lightning that like slices through the air. I think she was in the middle of talking. She was saying, "The 6 of you have done well to," and then the lightning with your 25 piercing from earlier against the eye plus the 63 does just enough to shatter the shield around her. So you break open this passive shield that had just sort of been like surrounding her and protecting her this entire time, and I think it breaks and it shatters down. And like you see like just cracks form in midair as like shards of like psychic energy dissipate. Oh my. And Boa, what is the opportunity you're trying to create for your allies here?
What is the opportunity I'm trying to create for my allies? I think that I am going to basically as I loose this arrow hits, I'm gonna basically like wheel up, turn around, make direct eye contact with them, and I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna say like, I renounce this vision. How dare you take her form? And then like in that moment, I want to basically try and like compel this creature to focus on me.
Okay, I will say make an intimidation check because you're trying to use your force of will to like make her do something. Yeah.
Okay, oh.
It should have advantage because of the crit. It should.
You know what? You know what? I will allow it this once. Roll again with advantage because of the crit.
Like you say. Yay! So much better. That's a 19.
Okay.
That was such shenanigans. That was a 3 before. That was such. Thank you for that shenanigans. That was complete. That was. Thank you. I appreciate this.
So what is the total on the? Was it 19 the total?
Yeah, 19 is the total. Yeah.
Okay. Her eyes, which you notice now, are two different colors. One of them is like the soft brown, and the other one is scintillating, what's it called? Sapphire. Okay? And the sapphire one almost looks like it doesn't belong on her face, because her face is otherwise so plain. She looks at you, she smiles, and she says, okay, you have my attention, boy. And what that means is she'll focus on you for the rest of the round. Okay, until the top of the if we manage to reach another round here, right? Because who knows what's gonna happen? Okay,
sure.
So as that happens, what are the rest of you doing as Blood unlooses this badass lightning arrow?
I think Manaya immediately whips around and like slaps Boa and goes, "What are you doing?" She wanted to talk.
We are much past talking. Trust me. You said you were up for a fight in the right circumstance, so here we are.
Manaya, not in melee range, is going to take out her axe and move in front of everyone, but not like make an attack or anything. She's just gonna get ready.
Okay, are you gonna ready an action in that case?
No.
Okay.
I don't need to.
Okay. I think it's because you've got a special feat that lets you do cool things. So you get in front of everyone.
It's Sentinel.
Yep.
There's no surprise there.
You hold your axe out protectively and you get ready. Oka, Dewey, V?
I think Oka was sort of pinned like in that reverent moment, and then as this like huge crack of electricity just like peels out of Boa, and the like I renounce you like vision, Oka's like, oh, it's a dream. I'm gonna trust the dream grifter, right? And like all the fucked up tension that's been building in them, like all this nervous energy, they're like, time to vent it. And I would like to use my bonus action to rage. And just like these like the electricity I think is still kind of crackling, and it just like it like moves to Oka's skin and just like it turns red when it touches them and it just starts peeling up over their body. And they're just gonna kind of like nod tersely one time, unsheath their sword, which is Dream Hunter still, take a ready stance and just like fucking fly at whoever at this false Juan Ustoy.
Are you going to make an attack roll? Are you going to try to hit her?
Damn right I am.
All right, roll to attack.
Can I roll 2 attacks at the same time for my extra attack also?
Yeah, why not? Right, roll 2 d20s. Go for it.
One was a nat 20, one was a natural 16 plus 6 for both of them.
Both would hit. Let's resolve the natural 20 first. So what do you want to roll full damage and then dice, or do you want to pick a boon?
I'm not sure. I I'm not. Ooh! I think I have a narrative boon that could be fun, which is to give Boa something. So I'll do that while I roll damage. Other people can say what they want to do also.
Okay, so while Oka rushes forward, brandishing Dream Hunter, like as Oka takes Dream Hunter out of the sheath, boy, you in particular notice like runes, 8 runes, ding, 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 like sort of light up along the blade. And you know that Dream Hunter is known for having like eight major boons, like 8 big things it can do as the runes light up and Oka's brandishing it. But whether or not Oka has been chosen by Dream Hunter well enough to be able to unleash the magic of those boons, it remains to be seen. So Dewey and V, what are the two of you doing as Oka runs forward to attack?
V is going to flop open her hand, and Gamble is going to appear in her hand. I mean, why not? It's an interlude episode. Let's draw a card, shall we? Let's
So what
see
does Gamble look
happens.
like? What is Gamble? Would you like to describe
So-
them?
Yes, Gamble, this deck of, with this green little flash in her hands, this deck of cards appear, which have on the back of them intricate designs of Scod and Nectis, and they're her little gift from the Paragons or from the gods when she officially became their Paragon. And yeah, she's gonna pull a card and see what happens here. And I have
Okay,
a lovely
go for
deck
it.
here. So we
It's completely
got,
random.
Yeah. The moon. Perfect. Let's see. I've got a few options here.
Why don't you look through
Um,
your options while we
yes.
pivot to Dewey and see what Dewey does?
Sounds good.
You're welcome to figure out what you. I'm also figuring out what I'm going to do because everyone
Okay.
has cooler
let's-
moves than me.
No worries. Let's go back to Oka.
41 points of damage for the crit.
Is that slashing?
Nice.
Yeah, that's just slashing. I don't even have any rights on that bad boy.
That's magical slashing, right? Because of Dream Hunter.
Yep.
Okay, let me write that down. Cool. 41 points of slashing damage. How do you on the crit? How do you hurt her? How do you attack her? What does it look like?
Bella, stop fucking with my glasses. It's the I think the arc of electricity, it's still all there from Boa. The arc of electricity also just kind of ricochets off of the of Dream Hunter, and it can maybe shock her in that way. But I also want some of this red electricity to kind of come back to Boa. There's an arrow connection there. So maybe the next arrow attack from Boa will have some more damage on it from it being the red Vinosh lightning.
Okay, very cool. I like it. That's your first attack. Poof. I think your sword slices through her shoulder and goes through her body, and she sort of wavers, almost like a mirage. But you hit something. You feel your sword encountering matter as you, and then her body's still shimmering as you bring your sword down for a second attack. So why don't you roll damage on the second attack?
Just to point out as well, I do have 2 more attacks as a part of
Okay.
my action.
Awesome.
Just in case. Yeah.
Definitely. We play combat real loosey-goosey here in Transplanar.
Sure.
So after Oka resolves their attack, we can pivot to you or to V if V has picked something from the moon.
Great.
Only 21 points on that one.
Only 21. Okay, points of slashing. Cool. So, 62 points of damage total? Okay. This is how the landscape changes. As you slash down with your second attack, you hit her. Sure, you know you deal the damage. Her image wavers, and she disappears. And she reappears on the other side of the battlefield. Right? She teleports. I think you see her strike a chord on the Gutin. Ding! Poof, and she's suddenly gone. Maybe you fall to the ground a little bit as there's no longer anything there for you to encounter resistance against Oka. And she reappears behind you all. So now all of your backs are to her as she's on the other side of the grove, still 40 feet away from the central mass of your group. So V, have you picked something?
I'm gonna try to cast Feeble Mind on this creature.
Oh my god, that's what you... Okay, how does that work?
You blast the mind of a creature that you can see within range, attempting to shatter its intellect and personality. The target takes 4d6 of psychic damage and must make an intelligence saving throw. On a failed save, the creature's intelligence and charisma becomes 1. The creature can't cast spells, activate magic items, understand language, or communicate in any intelligible way. The creature can identify its friends, follow them, and even protect them. And then there's so on. I don't think the rest of this applies to It's for like extended time after the fight.
Okay, so that's an attack roll first, right?
Yes.
Okay, make that attack roll. And what does it look like as you're casting Feeble Mind for the first time? You brandish the moon, and I think the card glows, right? So how do you channel the power of Gamble?
So V is gonna like the card sort of charges in her hand, and she like flicks it upwards, and it like kind of goes up and stops in midair, and yeah, it turns into like the moon. You see this like sigil that you can see like the moon, and maybe some ancient.
There's no
arcane
moon. There's
the
no
fuck
moon
is
in
a moon?
Andake.
Right. Fuck.
Oh shit! I guess it wouldn't be the moon. Fuck! I'm sorry. We have to retcon that.
It's not the moon. It's just an image of moon. I don't know.
But the concept doesn't
What is
exist in
moon?
Andake.
Ryan, there's just a circle in the sky with some sigils around it.
Let's call it the halo. How about that? The halo.
Sure.
Okay,
We'll call
okay.
it the halo. And it glows bright green and like shifts to a purple. And as it turns like full purple, it sort of just explodes. And this sort of light of psychic damage goes straight at this entity in front of us and shoots straight into its mind. And it takes.
Did you make an attack roll, or is there no attack roll? There's
There's
takes
no
the damage.
attack roll.
Okay.
Yeah, it just
Wow.
takes
All
damage
right.
and then makes an intelligence saving
Okay,
throw.
against what?
15.
Okay.
Hang on. Given that I
Yes,
haven't done
Manaya?
anything, would there be enough time to react to what V's doing? As Manaya like whips around to
What are you
face
trying to
her.
do, Manaya?
I want to cast Hex.
Okay. You know what? I'll allow it. Go for it. So how does Hex
Okay.
work?
Manaya whips around and it's like, what in the sees that this image of Juan Ustoy is trying to like battle back against something mental, and you know, quick as a spark, points, and I place a curse on a creature I can see within range, which is 90 feet. Until the spell ends, I deal an extra 1d6 necrotic damage to the target whenever I hit it with an attack. Also, choose one ability when I cast the spell. Target has disadvantage on ability checks made with the chosen ability, and I'm choosing intelligence.
Okay, because it saved on the first roll, so I'll roll again to see if it fails. Got a 2. But I'm going to invoke its legendary resistance. It's
fucking
legendary,
God.
so it's going to choose to save.
That's fair. That is fair.
That might happen.
Yeah, so I think what happens is you poof, this blast of multicolored light, and Manaya whips around too, and like is like throwing her hand out, right? And this thing is like you see her like sort of like shudder as the light blasts into her, but then she just sort of goes, and she plucks a couple more notes on the gutian, ding, 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 poof, and the light just sort of disperses around her, like she's become a prism and is like refracting it out of her soul and like away from her. And you see where the light hits the bamboo grove, it sort of like sears these like burning holes, right? But she is not injured by this. She does take the damage from earlier though. So how much psychic damage did she take, V?
12.
12. Okay, 12 psychic. Sounds good. So I think that is your turn, V and Manaya. We're gonna
That was a
bounce.
bonus action, but
Yeah, bonus action for you to Hex. So we're not gonna go to Dewey. Dewey, have you figured out anything, or can we bounce to Boa?
How's her instrument? Where is it?
It's right in front of her. It's sort of floating in front of her, and she's just sort of playing it.
All right. Dewey's going to unsheath his giant ass sword. Since I'm out of sharp objects now, and he's gonna fly at it and try and cut all the strings on that thing.
Okay. As you unsheath your sword, you hear the familiar voice in your head go, "Yes, yes, yes, Father! Violence! Bloodthirst! Let me kill!" As you whirl through the air. Sorry, Jasper. You brandish the sword, make an attack
That's
roll.
amazing.
I'm using inspiration. That's not good enough.
Okay, sounds good.
God fuck.
Another inspiration? You have 3.
Why not? I want this
Okay.
to work. Okay, that was also bad. What do I get with this? Plus spell attack 7. So that's 20.
Okay, that will hit. So why don't you roll damage?
So, 3 plus 10 damage.
Okay, slashing, eh?
Yep.
Okay. You go down. I think you hit the instrument, which appears to be an extension of her body. And the blade of your sword sling bounces off of the strings and just doesn't even do anything. It just sort of boing, boing, boing. And you actually hear like a dissonant chord. So as you like clang off of this gutian. And I think you're flung backward too. So make a strength save for me from the force of this collision.
Good thing I have an item that. Oh god, fuck. Let me use some more inspiration.
Okay, one more. You're out now.
Okay, there. Jesus. 19.
Okay, that is enough. You stay there, but you feel this like reverberation of music magic, like try to fling you back, and you're like standing there with your feathers ruffling. I think you're holding this vibrating sword. It's sort of like your sword acted as a tuning fork almost, so you're like vibrating against your sword. Okay, boy, I think you have several other things you can do. So at this stage, what would you like to do?
Well, I have 2 more attacks that I can make in this turn. And they're made with advantage, which is cool. That's a 23.
That hits?
Using my other one. Shall I roll my other attack and then just do the
why
damage
not?
at the same time?
Let's resolve them.
Cool. And that is a 21.
Okay, both hit.
With the -5 as well.
Yep. Roll damage for both.
Beautiful. By the language of the ability I have, I do technically crit on every hit I make on this turn, but I'm happy to not do that as we're in a looser like form of battle. It's totally up to you.
Let's say because of all the boons you get from the looser form of battle, let's say this sort of balances it out. Okay.
Yes, that is absolutely fine.
But you should be taking some extra. You should be dealing some extra damage.
Am I
from
doing
my
any
crit
extra?
to you.
Okay, so maybe instead of
that's
taking
true.
extra like narrative boons, just like take full damage and then roll dice again for each of your attacks. Because this thing is loaded. Just so you know.
Yeah, that's fine. Full damage. Okay. And then roll again. Let me just double check that there's nothing else to. Nope. Cool. And then I'm rolling. Yes. So that's. Okay, and and then just 2 of these. Beautiful. So that is another 64 points of damage
Total
for that's
for
the 2
both
attacks.
Okay, cool.
That was from the 2 attacks. Yeah.
Just so y'all know, you have Delta.
Oh wait,
total...
no wait, hold on. No, sorry, hold on. I ignore that completely. I didn't even have my modifiers. That's 91 points of damage from the 2 attacks.
Okay, what's the difference
beat
between
me.
those two?
The difference is, I with my sharpshooter I get +10, +6, so I get +16 on both attacks.
Totally, that's fine. I meant the damage difference between. You said 63 earlier.
Oh, sorry, 64.
Okay, 64.
But then I added my modifiers, which takes it up to 91.
91. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Sorry, what were you saying, Manaya?
Oh, so the difference in total is 32.
32. Thank you.
Yeah, if you'd already taken it off.
Yeah, totally. Yep.
Sorry. Apologies.
No worries.
Forgot to have modifiers. Sorry, everyone.
See, I was waiting for the moment that you would beat my 83 in one attack.
Yeah, that beats it.
Technically 2 attacks. But still.
Wow. Okay. So just so you all know, including the
That's
fire damage.
156, I think I did in one turn. I think that's what I did in one turn.
That's insane. That is literally like, what the hell? Just so you all know, because I'm tracking this, including the fireball damage against the Leviathan, which I'm going to count as an extension of this entity's body. You all have dealt a collective 285 points of damage against this thing, and it hasn't done anything yet. Just so you know.
That means that Cody's gonna kill us right now.
All right, I think it's its turn. Hey. So what does it look like? Is it more thunder? Is it more lightning? bolts?
No. These are just like straight. I'm like actually drawing arrows now. With this one, I'll like Legolas style draw 2 arrows, fire, and then like pin the shoulders. Like that was what I was aiming for. If I can use my movement as well, it's just always a good idea. I'm just not gonna stand next to everyone in case they have AoE abilities.
Okay.
So I'm gonna just spread out a little bit.
Totally fair. What about the rest of you? You also have movement. How are you positioning yourselves during the course of this fight?
In front of everyone.
Yeah,
Behind
I think
Manaya.
it blipped over to the other side, but I think as the arrows kind of like maybe like moving back and firing the arrows, the red lightning that's like kind of just peeling. I forgot to add my rage damage because I'm a fool.
No.
God damn it. Sorry, I just remembered. I was like, yeah, I'm raging. The red lightning kind of like sticks onto the arrows as they go past.
Nice. Where are you positioning yourself, Dewey?
Close to Manaya.
You're right up on her. So are you gonna try to like
I
get away
was.
from her? Okay, you were. You said you resisted getting knocked back, so you're still sort of like within melee of her, I think. Okay,
That's
sounds
fine.
good. Unless you want to move away, then she'll get an attack of opportunity against you.
No, that's fine.
Okay, sounds good.
Then
So
I get to
Dewey,
attack her.
We'll see. Dewey, you're right up on her. Manaya, you're right behind Dewey. Let's say you're like positioning yourself in
I
front of
would-
everyone else.
If there's time in this turn, I would move in front of everyone to be in between her and everyone.
Dewey is within melee of her, so like within 5 feet. So you can't get between her and Dewey. You
Damn.
can get adjacent to her and Dewey, right? You know what I mean? But you can't. Otherwise, you'd like step on her instrument. Okay, so Manaya, you're also within melee of her. You and Dewey are sort of facing her, sort of like within 5 feet of each other and within her. 5 feet of her. V, you're kind of far back. You know, you're like hiding behind like the people who are taking melee. Oka, where are you?
I'm pretty far back, I think, kind of, but closer to where Boa is. Just because
Okay.
I had run up to her and then she poofed away to the other side.
Okay.
So I think Oka's also pretty far.
Okay, I think Oka and Boa sort of maybe like on other sides, on either side of like this clearing, but you're like within like on the same line as each other. Okay, so this is the position of what's happening when she takes her turn. She is gonna smile and say, Rev is also there, but I think Rev is holding. I don't like running NPCs in combat, so I think Rev is
It's
just
so
sort
hard.
of stands in front of V and holds out her hand, and a blade of darkness poofs out in midair as she summons Grim, her scythe. As she's like holding the shaft of Grim with this like silver blade. She stands there protectively in front of V and gets ready to protect her. So this person who you think is Juan but could just be a vision, right? Says to all of you, "Color me impressed. You're all very strong. You can deal out a lot of damage, which is good, which is what Andake needs in times of trouble. But can you take it?" And she plucks a few strings, and out of character, right, we see time freeze as she casts time stop.
Oh no!
So I'm gonna see how many extra turns she gets. Okay, so she's gonna do several things.
We're getting our ass kicked by a
Oh,
fucking ancient
no.
memory of a paragon. Jesus.
Sweet pea. This is what? Time stop.
Yes.
Bo runs. Like, just runs away. I leave the party. Bye.
Yeah, you're frozen.
She's
You're-
casting.
Great.
Wait, she's casting. While she's casting, does she provoke an attack of opportunity?
I do
We're-
not
we're
think
frozen.
so.
We're
Instantaneous.
frozen.
It's an
Yeah.
Is
instantaneous
it
spell.
instant?
It's
Yeah.
instantaneous. It's a ninth
Yeah.
level spell. There's not much that could, it's just, we're so
Unless-
screwed.
Unless you want to try to counterspell, does anyone have counterspell?
The challenge now is survive, y'all.
Yeah.
If only I
Okay.
had pulled the card that gave me counterspell out of Gamble.
So what happens is she's gonna do several things. The first thing she's gonna do is I think you're all frozen in time, but I think maybe it's sort of like a Quicksilver moment when Quicksilver moves so fast that but I think your eyes track this. You see in bullet time, she just sort of like ding ding ding, and then she like raises her arms, and we see a spiral of 8 swords fan out behind her like a halo, like the arms of the Buddha, right? Like just fan out behind her, and they all sort of point. in your direction. The next thing she does is she goes out a dring, like she like pulls her fingers forward on the gutian, and there's like a rumble as you're all frozen in time, and like behind her we see rising out of the bamboo grove, like water being pulled from the Biyan River. Just a massive tsunami wave of water just rises out and begins to start to crash down and starts to pummel down. And the third thing she's gonna do. Ooh, what's fun here? What should I let her do? She's gonna pick one of you. So each of you hold up a number between 1 and 5, and I'll have Rev
Would it be? Would it? Just cause with my boon, like, is she focusing on me at all, or?
Ooh, actually, you know what? If you want to take one for the team, boy, I'll let her focus this one on you.
I think that was the boon. That was the boon.
Okay, great. That's the boon. This is the boon you've unlocked. Instead of randomly
hey, look,
deciding.
Boa can die, everyone. Boa can die. It's cool. You guys have to carry on.
So,
You
Boa,
have to
I
keep
won.
my money?
Boa, tell me,
Bury me
what
with money.
is Boa's deepest, darkest nightmare?
God damn it.
Oh, sweet jeez. Him failing. Yeah, him failing to ascend, I think, is his deepest, darkest nightmare. To
Okay.
ascend his full power. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for that information. I'll get to that in a second.
Don't thank me. Screw you, Connie. This is gonna be awful.
Time unfreezes. Time unfreezes. I'm gonna make several rolls here.
I know we just leveled up, but I still have a negative 20 to my hit points. I do not know like how many times you're rolling that dice.
One for each of the swords, my friend. So I think what's gonna happen, just give me a hot second. Manaya, you are going to take 60 points of magical piercing damage. As 2 swords spear into you, like from this halo.
Ooh, that's 2. That's 2.
Dewey, you are going to take 40 points of piercing damage as 1 sword spears into you. Oka, from way back, I think a sword flies out, and you're gonna take... Oh, okay, actually, that's only 37 points of piercing damage as a 4th sword spears into you. V, you are going to take... Well, you're a pretty big threat, I think. So you are going to take 59 points of damage as 2 more swords spear into you. And the final 2 swords are going to spear into Botian. And you are going to take...
Bring it.
75 points of piercing damage. Magical.
Okay.
Okay.
Woohoo!
Okay.
I'm okay.
Refreshing.
This happens simultaneous to the wave of water crashing down on all of you. So I need all of you to make a strength save.
Ooh, I love doing those.
It's a 15.
Okay, 15. 15 from Boa.
Oh wait, would
19
this-
from Oka.
Go ahead. Yeah, what's up?
Oh no, sorry. It said plants. Sorry, I didn't read that
Plants.
part. Shit, ignore me.
Okay.
17.
15 from Boa, 17 from V, okay?
19 from Oka.
19 from Oka.
What'd you get, Manaya?
Never dreamed of the day I would roll higher than 25.
Hey,
Okay.
ooh.
25 from Manaya.
I got
19
a nat 20 plus 3.
Wow,
Oh.
23 from Dewey. That's
Ooh.
insane.
Listen, we live around the water. We're used to it.
And
Ooh.
Oka got a 19, right? So everyone saves except for V, who got a 17, and Boa, who got a 15, right?
Okay.
Okay. So V and Boa, the two of you are pummeled by this thing because you failed on the strength save. You're also pushed back in addition to taking damage. So all of you, if you save, take half damage. If you did not save, take full damage. So the full damage of that is going to be 25 points of bludgeoning. So that halved.
oh.
Go ahead.
No, yeah, I was wondering what type of damage it was, but that's fine.
It's bludgeoning, magical bludgeoning, right? And half of that is going to be rounded down, right? So 12. 12 points. of
V
bludgeoning.
is
Do
knocked
either of those
unconscious.
count? Do either of those count as melee damage?
As melee damage?
For my rage.
Yeah, you can
Oh, bludgeoning, yeah.
Bludgeoning,
Yeah,
yes, you can
bludgeoning
have
would
it.
be
Yep.
Yeah.
And the piercing is also halved, too, because you're raging. Okay.
Mhm.
Barbarians are really powerful. Okay,
Yeah, they're
V,
great.
you are knocked unconscious. No, you're not. Because as a reaction, Rev, as she sees you get pummeled by this thing, she's gonna actually throw out Grim, which is the scythe, and you see the blade of it glimmer, as she is gonna use her reaction to reduce that to 1, instead of going to 0, as a special feature that
Nice.
she has. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, V. Or sorry, thank you, Rev.
This water, you do get pushed back 10 feet in a straight line, though, and so do you, boy. And I think maybe like both of you like maybe hit like several of like the bamboo stalks that are like behind you, right? And the last thing she does with her time stop is, boy, it feels as though to you the entire landscape just drops away, and you are now in a dark room by yourself. You don't see anyone around. You can still hear the battle happening, but you're like, it's all muffled and you're by yourself clutching your bow, right? And I think your heart begins to pound as you're like, oh my, okay, what's happening? What's going on here? And then you just hear these voices. I think the voices of your family, the voices of your parents, the voices of people, everyone who's ever doubted you, crowding the interior of your mindscape, just going, you're not the one. You're not special. It's not gonna be you. Who are you trying to kid? Kid, you're nothing but a grifter. You're born a criminal, you're gonna die a criminal. You're never gonna make it out of whatever you're trying to crawl your way out of. And then like the disappointed voice of your mother go, boy, yes, we're descended, yes, we all know this, but that doesn't mean we're chosen. So just keep trying to put food on the table, okay? Don't aspire to these grand delusions of whatever fame or, you know, and then these voices are cutting in and out as you're stood there by yourself. So, boy, after getting barraged by these swords, this water, and now this emotional devastation, how is that making you feel?
I think, like, in this, like, space, Boa is... I don't think Boa is crying. Boa is, like, almost, like, numbed to the, like, he is unable to process what is happening, and is just, like, tense. Like, every muscle in his body is just, like, screaming to be just, like, released, to relax. And I think, like, to the point where, like, he can hear the sound of, like, his bow, like, sounds like it's gonna snap. Like, he is, like, just gripping so tightly. And, like, I think that for the first time probably in Burr's life, his mind is, like, completely blank. Like, he is being, like, this is like he literally cannot physically get any further, like, than what's happening right now. Like, he can't process any more than what's happening right now.
I love that. Why don't you tell me what the one refrain is that echoes around in Bulla's head that is just rooting you to the spot, filling you with emptiness?
I think it's weakness. I think that's, like, the word that keeps going around in his head is weakness.
Weakness.
Is, like,
weakness.
he's
Yeah.
displaying weakness, and every time he hears the word weakness, it's like it's weakening him more. Like, every single time he hears the word weakness, he becomes weaker.
Okay. I think on the outside, all of you see Boy just sort of like get pushed back and then just stop moving. And like this like blank look comes over the eyes of your guide as he sort of like is gripping his bow but has like lowered it and like seems totally spaced out. That is going to be the end of this thing's turn, right? She's going to sort of settle down. The water's going to sweep and sort of like sink into the earth. And like, I think her hair was sort of like fanned out behind her and it sort of like settles back down. And she like plucks a few gentle notes as the final thing she's going to do. A few gentle notes on this Gutian to restore some health. I just sort of see her like knit her own like body back together a little bit and like look a little bit more like cohesive. So as Buzz stood there like totally out of it, what do the four of you do?
I think there's a tug of war between the rage and like Vanash like bubbling up and over in Oka in this moment, and also the more like attuned part of them that is not so sure that what's going on is going on exactly. And they're trying to take a moment to not just like jump at her again and to see like who is this really? Like looking between Boa, looking between the image of Juan Ustoy.
Okay. In that moment, are the rest of you, is anyone gonna like try to jump in and attack, or are you all like taking a beat to like assess the situation first?
Yeah, I think Benayaz can take a beat, catch her breath, recover from taking 78 points of damage. Yeah.
Okay. Dewey?
Yeah, he's stunned. Don't worry about him making any attacks. Anytime soon.
Okay. Sounds good. V?
I think, like, still like lapping up the water and everything. V with the 1 hit point is gonna look and just act. Yeah, it's gonna do a level 6 fireball.
Okay.
This will take me a little bit of time, so hold on while I roll my dice.
Okay.
That is
Okay.
a 15 to save dexterity roll.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, she saved, so it's half damage.
Okay, and I'm also going to use empowered spell. I'm going to use a
Okay.
sorcery point to do that. So in total, it is 44 points of fire damage. So half is 22.
Okay. You just sort of like lift your hand, you know, maybe like behind Rev, and you look like real fucked up, right? Like half drowned, your hair plastered to your face, right? Like ragged, like maybe like bleeding a little from like the swords. And you ignite fireball, right? Like around her, and she's gonna make a concentration check to see if she can keep her hold on Boa. Okay. I think this is what happens. As like a halo of fire just explodes around her, but you're positioning the fireball so it doesn't hit Dewey and Manaya, presumably, right? Okay. It's just like right behind her. Okay, so she gets at the edge of it. Like a massive explosion goes off behind her, and like her hair flies up, you know, like the bamboo branches like behind her all like peel downward and are scorched to ash. You know, that's the force of this fireball. She goes, and like she settles in a little bit as she's levitating. And Bull, while you're in this like depressed state, you see the blackness, the darkness around you flicker for like half a second, and you like see the Silent Grove come back, but then the darkness like maintains its hold over you. And she speaks. And she says, "Well, that was refreshing. Wow, I haven't had a fight like that in 10,000 years. Good job. You're all very, very impressive, I think. I like you. I like all of you. These new paragons, look at you. You're children. I suppose I was a child once. I didn't think so, but I was. This is not a destiny I would foist on anyone. Not even you." And Boa, you hear this, and you know that last part is addressed to you. And the darkness starts to sort of like sink down, you know, sort of like stage curtains rising around you, or lift up rather, like stage curtains like rising around you. And you hear this woman, this person's voice in your head. She's standing there talking. She's floating there. And she says, "Wang Bo Tian. Do you know who I am?"
I know who you resemble, yes.
Who I resemble. Perhaps I'm nothing but a memory here, nothing but a dream, taken form, nothing but an echo of who I used to be. But I am still me. and I know who you are. We're connected, you and I. And she holds out a hand, and you see, sort of like in Avatar, ghostly, like a line of your ancestors, like appearing. You see like your parents, and then their parents, and their parents before them, all the way, because you're on the other side of this clearing. And you all see these ghostly figures, like strings on like pearls on a string, all the way back to her.
Okay, in which case, Bo immediately, like, collapses to his knees, like, bows down in, like, prayer, and takes the tiara off his head and places it in front of himself. And you see that as he takes the tiara off his head, like, he diminishes, like, his body kind of, like, you see kind of gets a bit, like, smaller and weaker. And I lay it down, like, before, like, at their feet.
Huang Bo Tian, one of my descendants. Such a beautiful, bright, strong, capable young man. Stand.
I think he stands very slowly.
Do you put your tiara back on, or do you keep it on the ground?
I will. I'll hold it I'll hold it in my hand, and it's sort of like outstretched, and my head is always bowed, I think.
There's sort of a poof as a space and time collapse between the two of you, and it's like she's sort of like folding a piece of string to the end as she just teleports in front of you. And poof, is like something in front of you, and like all of like the ghostly visions of your ancestors fold into her. She looks sort of I think she looks, how tall are you?
That's a good question. I think probably like just under 6 foot, so like a pretty not ridiculously tall, but like slightly taller than average, I think.
I think she was floating, but as she's in front of you now, she lands on her feet that you notice are bare, and like the Gutian just disappears in just like this flurry of magic. She looks up at you, and now that you're like within spitting distance of her, she's kind of small. She's maybe like 5'4", and she's really actually just looks. You look at her, and she looks so normal, right? In fact, you're like, I'm handsomer than her, right, in a lot of ways. But there's something in like the darkness of her skin. There's something in the crookedness of her smile as she looks up at you that you see remnants of your own face, sort of stuck in her, like pieces of diamond and sand. And she smiles up at you, and she says, "This is such a gift, being here, that my new paragon has shown me. You getting to see my descendant, even though I am long dead, in such a real way. But in another more immediate, realer way, I'm here." And she holds out her hand, and she like sort of cups the side of your cheek. And you can feel the warmness.
Starts, like sobbing, like just everything just relaxes, and Bo just completely breaks down.
Oh, boy. You may not be a paragon, boy, but that doesn't mean you can't make a difference. And she lowers her hands to your hands, which are cupping the tiara, and she like lifts them up to like bring it back to your forehead.
I'll place the tiara back on my head.
Okay, and you maybe push like you look stronger and like more hale, right?
Yeah.
Put the tiara on, yeah. Okay.
This has been an incredible journey to bring me to this point, and I ask you, where do I go next?
The Paragons, my friends, we first rose up when Andake was on the verge of collapse. The Gambit of Queens, as you know it now, was a terrible, terrible war. So many died, even more suffered, and Andake knew she needed heroes to protect her. That's how we were chosen by the gods in the first place. And this Paragon prophecy has remained inert in slumber until now. The cataclysm, the vanishing, this is Andake's next great test. We need new paragons. And she gestures toward the quote-unquote merchants you've been ferrying this entire time. But more than that, we need people like you Bois. And she like turns back to you and places a hand over your heart. We, the Paragons, are nothing without the people of Andake. Nothing. We need you to stand up and fight against the forces of emptiness, the forces of darkness that threaten this land. Can you do that, Bois?
Yes. Yes, I can.
Good. I know you can. And maybe now the rest of you can chime in and like say some things, because I feel like now the conversation is starting to open up a little bit here. So how are the rest of you responding to this?
Oka is watching with this like fucking mystified expression, like kind of close, but not close at all either. But they're watching like so intently as like the god rage in them just kind of sinks down, and they are left like kind of just like thumbing at the edge of their shirt, like watching this all happen.
If I can cut in here for another second here, Juan Ustoy says to you, Bois, I believe in the threads of fate. I believe in the beads of destiny strung along each thread of the weave. And I believe fate brought you here today, Bois, to meet these paragons, these successors of my friends.
Who?
And now others can cut in and respond. Go ahead, Bois.
Who, may I ask, is to be your successor? Are they here already? Must they be found?
They are already found. But it is not my jurisdiction to reveal them to you. They must do that of their own free will. But they are here in Toulon, in the capital.
Well, that's certainly some food for thought. And you see like the veils are starting to like reappear, I think, on Boaz. He's starting to like put the masks back on. And just yes, we should probably I must ask, do you intend to give us passage out of here? I am aware that your job is to guard this place, but I don't think these people actually mean too long any harm.
I will give you passage. You have passed my test. I'm sorry for hurting you, but I needed to know you were strong enough, that you were worthy of the mantles that my friends have passed down. And she's addressing this to the rest of you now. And she sort of like waves her hands, and I think time kind of reverses around all of you, as like I think your damage is undone, right?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
All that math.
Yep. So we can just erase all that math, including you,
okay.
Bois. So you're not like limping and like gasping, right?
Yeah.
My successor doesn't... I don't think they would want to meet the five of you. And she's addressing the Paragons. But I'm making an executive decision here. I'll let you through.
Suppose you a paragon first. It gives you authority.
Precisely. I think Ikaika would have liked you.
That Manaya looks away.
V has gone from like literally on the verge of death to like sort of like ooh, and takes this all in and just says, I promise you we will not make you regret your decision to let us pass.
I hope you won't. Dewey, Oka?
Oka looks weirdly scared, but not like a fear of a tangible thing. Like they look scared to speak or even just to be there. Yeah. And they don't say anything. They're just kind of like, oh, maybe they're still holding Dream Hunter and it's just like shaking a little bit, you know?
Totally. What about you, Dewey?
I don't know. Dewey's a lot of he's still in shock from the damage, the undamaged, the being validated. Yeah. Sort of stunned into silence.
Okay. She turns back to you, Boa, and she like raises her head. And as she does, you see her throat crack open a little as like a sideways eye opens on her throat. It like looks up to like examine you up and down. Do you say anything to her?
I don't think Boa Boa speaks unless spoken to.
Okay, fair. She says, "You're almost there on the other side of the shield. Keep walking, follow your guide, and you'll be on the other side before you know it. I must patrol the Dream Shield. I must continue to protect it, as my successor has wanted me to do. Ward too long against dangers, monsters, people that wish her ill."
Whoa. I was gonna look and be like, the successor. It's not the. It isn't the Empress, is it?
That is not my story to tell.
Can I roll an insight check on this?
Okay, roll insight. Go for it, boy.
Oh my god, that was a 19 plus 9, so 29. 28, sorry, 28.
I will Discord you the answer. Okay, so the
Okay,
rest of my
sweet.
players don't know.
Thank you.
What is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cheers. Yeah. Thank you. Wild.
Okay. Let me know when you get my message.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Okay. So I think a look of you realize what's going on here, right? I think you're
Mhm.
putting some of the pieces together. How are the rest of you responding?
Oka looks fucking petrified.
Well, I think we've overstayed our welcome here. We should let you get back to your patrol, and thank you for letting us through, but we really should be on our way. Boy, are you alright?
What? Yeah. Good. So good. So, just what a crazy dream. Hey. Shall we? Walk and till we get out of this nightmare. Whew. I need a new line of work. Okay.
Okay. I think sort of on that, Juan just sort of smiles. Her hand lingers on your cheek, and then she just is blown away on like a gust of wind. She just disappears. Like she was never there. And as she disappears, the fog closes in again. Sweeps into this clearing. The smell of incense filling your noses. And I think all of you hear a moo. As suddenly, like you hear the creaking of wagon wheels, as like you see like it's their big heads, like tossing out of the mist. Your two Sangha cattle, and like the tromping of hooves from Oka's elk as they sort of like come out of the mist toward you.
Oh, thank goodness we don't have to walk anymore.
Anaya walks over to the. You literally just said that. What are they called?
Sangha cattle.
Sangha. Sorry. Manaya walks over to the Sangha cattle and goes, "Oh, I've missed you. Oh, hello. How are you? Are you hurt? Has anything?"
You
Manaya's
see,
like,
You see little like I think where they stand, you see like the grass get really green and verdant, and they just lower their heads and they start eating the grass. Because like that's
Oh.
their dream, right?
Of course, of course.
I think.
Yeah. No, carry on. No, you go. You go.
Yeah. Oka sheaths Dream Hunter. And they instinctively just like turn toward the direction that they know. They know just instinctively in which, like, what direction the palace is in, and they like take one step and they pause, and then they take another step and another, and then they're walking.
I think Boa is going to turn around to the group and just say, well, I do believe our contract is over. 200 is fine. And here. And Boa's just gonna pull out some some blue like signage basically and puts it on the side of the wagon, and just says like these are some sort of merchant sigils. They'll allow you to pass through without too much interruption. And then just turn to V and say the agreed fee.
And I think there's a little bit of like whispering back and forth between Rev and V, and then finally V like walks forward and like is a little sheepish, like, all right, look, I know, look, they agreed the prom price was 500. I think you earned it. And V is reluctantly gonna pull out the 500 gold pieces, look at it, and just be like, here you go. Thank you so much for leading us through this.
Yeah, I think Boa is going to take it and just say, this has been one of the more challenging, shall we say, journeys that I've had to make. And whatever happens for you next, I hope that it is something that... Well, I hope you are all able to realize your full potential.
Hey, well, we're not out of this yet. Fog's still here.
If you keep riding, you'll you'll be into the town in no time.
You're leaving us here?
I don't know if I wish to. I think I need a bit of time to myself. I appreciate your company, and it's definitely been an eye-opening adventure. And yes, the contract is over. This is good. Yeah, we've a success, I believe. So we should all be glad that we have made it out in one piece.
Oka, I think, is like halfway out of the clearing already and kind of stops and turns. And they make eye contact with Boa. Thank you. I don't know if you know what this means to me. I appreciate it. And they turn and keep walking.
And this is wild. This is totally wild. Connie, would it be okay if Oka rolls a persuasion roll right now?
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
We have a nat 20 on the board, just so you know. That has not been used yet. So Oka, would you like to roll persuasion on Boa?
Yes, and also my magic item literally lifted my charisma from a -2 to a +4 modifier. So here we are, Oka charming speed run. I'm not going to take the auto crit. I'm just going to roll it and see what the dice say. The dice said natural 1.
Whoa!
You're gonna take it?
Amazing.
Speed
Are
up.
you gonna take that nat 1? See, it's up to you. I'll let you walk those words back if you want.
Charismatic, huh?
Take it!
I don't know. I kind of want you to decide if it hits or not. I think it either hits or it doesn't. I'm Uno reversing you, Jasper.
Whoa, wild.
I would take the auto crit though. The idea being that it's either a 20 or it's a 1.
Okay. You know what? I'm
Wow.
gonna take
wait,
that.
coin toss?
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You have a coin, right, Jasper? You
I do. I do have a thing.
Heads is a 20.
Heads it's a 20, tails it's not.
Oh God.
It's a 20.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm taking the autocrit off the board. Wow. Okay.
All right, 24 with modifiers.
Cool. I think Boa at this point, Boa takes his bow off of his back, kind of like stabs it into the ground, walks over, takes the signage off the side of the cart, and throws it down on the ground and says, "I suggest you hurry on your way." And then is just gonna sit by his bow without saying anything.
Uh-huh. Go ahead, Oka.
What does that mean?
Would you like to roll insight, Oka?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Oka would. Oka's walking away, but I just... fuck it, I'm rolling it. God damn it, I'm just having too much fun. Natural 18 plus 19, 20, 22, 23, 24. 24. Again. Haha.
So, Boa, what does Oka get? And maybe as they peer over their shoulder at what you're doing from a 24.
I think like you see the signs get ripped off, thrown to the ground. Boa sits by the bow, which is now like stuck in the ground, and just like I think just makes eye contact with you, and I think you see that similar kind of glaze in Boa's eyes that he had after he'd like been attacked by the former Paragon, and I think that you get the sense that like Boa is someone who's like has been and will always be ready to do whatever it takes to like get where he needs to be, and he is once again back in this like he's kind of like put himself back in like a bit of like a mental prison to go against all that he knows and let you go, basically. Like he definitely had something. There was definitely something planned in this instance, and he's literally again back into that like every single muscle tensed, and is just telling you to like, and that stare that he's making eye contact with you is just telling you leave.
Let's hurry. We wouldn't want to see any Tulong and Royal Guard all the way out here, would we?
Okay.
And Oka disappears into the underbrush.
I think Jasper, as Boa is staring after Oka. Why did I say Orca? From Minnesota, don't you know? Pressing. Anyway, Boa feels a hard, maybe too hard, clap on his back twice, and then a heavy hand on his shoulder, and Manai goes, "Well, thank you for guiding us, and thank you for protecting us. You did good. And hey, you've got a real knack for this thing. I think you could really make it doing this. Guiding people, I think." And Manaya takes the Sangha?
Sangha.
So close. And leads them after Oka.
Connie, as Manaya like steps past, can I attempt to just like I want to basically just try and tuck a little blue
Oh my god.
ribbon in their pocket.
I mean,
Look, Bo was
Don't-
on the
Are we
edge.
getting betrayed or aren't we?
here's the thing. Manaya feels this. Not even gonna make you roll for it. But pretends like she doesn't notice until she's almost into the underbrush. Then she takes it out and waves it behind her, and then puts it back in.
Whoa.
Maybe it's a parting gift.
Wild.
I don't know. Manaya's a gullible
You know what?
bitch.
Actually, because there's a specific plot-related reason why Boa is doing this, Manaya, I'm gonna have you roll perception versus Boa's sleight of hand if you're gonna tuck that ribbon in. Because usually I just let that happen, but there's a specific reason.
Perception, you said?
Yes, perception versus sleight of hand.
16. I don't intend to win.
No joke, I rolled a 17. I rolled a nat 7 plus 10.
Oh my god. So I think Manaya, you barely miss it. You might find it later while you're traveling, but not right now. Yeah, not in this exact moment, I think. But maybe wait later down when Boa's not there. But are you tucking it in so it peeks out of Manaya's pocket? Or like
yeah, it's
all the way
definitely
in?
visible, I think. Yeah, it's definitely visible.
Okay. V, Dewey?
Does V see the sleight of hand at all?
Okay, roll perception. If you can beat a 17, then you do.
Can I roll this too?
Yes, why don't you both?
Oh, here we go.
That one, I don't see it.
I got a 16.
Oh, no one notices. I'm gonna see if Rev notices, actually. Give me a sec. She does not. She does not. Okay, Boa, you do it. V and Dewey, do the two of you follow your friends leaving Boa behind?
V's gonna turn to get into the wagon with Rev, and as V is climbing in, she's gonna just shout off to Boa, look, if you ever find yourself in trouble, just know that you always have a friend in V, and V's a pretty good friend to have, so don't be afraid to reach out.
I won't. Same goes for you, I guess.
What about you, Dewey?
Dewey hands him a business card and is like, yeah, let us know if you're ever in the area. Except it just says his name on it, and there's no way to contact him. And then Dewey's gonna try and lead. I think Oka didn't take their elk with them, right?
The elk is kind of like, it's like a double hitch where like the cows are at the front, there's the wagon, and the elk is kind of being led behind the wagon.
Dewey tries and leads the elk, but does a very bad job of it, and the elk gets, I think, a little bit pissed off, and he's like, Oka.
Okay.
Buddy, could I do one more thing?
Oh my god.
Yeah, go. Yeah, what do you want to do?
Can I try and stealth round so I can, because I'll use like dash actions, etc. I want to stealth round like in front to try and get like in front of Oka. Like I want to try and like step out of the shadows in front of Oka if I may.
Oh, that's so
Don't worry, this isn't
funny.
gonna go. This isn't gonna go like wild. I promise. This is just
This
like
is such a
very quick
Minnesota
thing.
goodbye.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, you do it, Boa. You do
a
it.
Manchester
Okay, cool. I do it.
goodbye, now we
I
can
do
say.
A Manchester goodbye.
I think Boa now. You probably see like a like as he appears like out of the darkness, like from invisibility, like just appears, like a single tear rolling down his face. He looks at you, Oka, and just says, "If you are to be paragons, you must be better. Check Mariana's back pocket. Don't slip up again, because other people will not be so kind." And then disappears.
Okay. I just want to put this in. Do you say Mariana, or are you saying Manaya's actual name, or was it like?
Sorry, Manaya. My apologies. That was just me slipping up completely there. I
No worries.
apologize.
I'm so sorry. I feel like I undercut the awesome part of that for our podcast. Do you think you could say that line again, just like one more time, because it was so badass?
Yes, 100%, 100%. Manaya. Okay, go. If you are to be paragons and true leaders of this land, you must do better. Check Manaya's back pocket. And don't slip up again. Other people will not be so kind. And then I disappear.
Okay. Boy, you just vanish into the darkness. Right? You step out. You step back into the shadows.
Mm-hmm.
How do the four of you respond to this?
I think it's just Oka up front for
Yeah.
a second.
Okay.
Yeah. And they pause and they kind of look into the shadows. For everyone, we will. And they step through the underbrush again. And eventually, they go around and they're like, Manai, you have a weird piece of fabric in your pocket. They pick it up. And I think they also take their cigarette box back from her pocket, I think in the same gesture. Thank you. And they tuck the fabric into their cigarette box. They keep it.
What?
You should be careful what you're rolling around in, Manaya.
I didn't think I'd get caught on this armor.
Was it the V self that maybe tucked something in there for you?
Maybe I got too into character back there.
Okay. I think you continue to talk amongst each other as like your wagon, your cattle, your elk like roll down along this like foggy path. And like as all of you, including Rev, sort of disappear into the fog, we're gonna pan back into the shadows. Back toward Bo. Bo, what is the final image that we see of Wang Bo Tian as he's like looking after this caravan of nothing but paragons, right? Which is what you've built your entire life around. Your world has been shattered and then remade in the course of a single night. What do we see Bo doing?
I think Bo scales a tree, goes like right to the top of the tree and looks towards the capital. And then sort of like, I think like turns around and looks at like the rest of like the land out that like lies out before him. And I think in that moment, you just see him like kind of like leap from one tree to another away from the capital. And like as he like jumps down to the underbrush, he disappears, I think.
And I think that's the closing image of our Arc 3 interlude. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Holy cow, those lore drops. Jasper, Agent of Chaos and Shenanigans, and incredibly high rolls as Wang Botian. Wow, okay. Let's do a real quick round of introductions. I've been your GM, Connie, pronouns they, he, she. You can find me on everything at by Connie Chong. I run this thing, Transplanar. Thank you to everyone who's watched, etc. I'm going to pass along introductions to Lyra.
Hello, my name is Lyra, they, she pronouns. I am the artistic director of Shout, Minnesota's transgender diverse voices, an all-trans me-led choir based in the Twin Cities. Check us out on Facebook and Instagram at Shout Minnesota. Go, Erica.
I'm an Erica, and you can find me here on Twitch at Erica New Girl. Please come hang out with me on Monday, and who knows what fun we'll have. I will pass it on to Max.
Hey, I'm Max. You can find me at Stitchmonger on Etsy and Instagram. And if you go to my Etsy, you can use the promo code Transplanar for 15% off of anything. Pass it to C.
Hey y'all, I'm C. I use they, them pronouns. You can find me drawing very trans, very gay art on the internet under the pseudonym Pie Sharp Art. So check me out if you like that stuff. Jasper!
Yay! Hey, I'm Jasper William Cartwright. Pronouns he, him. I am 1/3 of Three Black Halflings. We are a talk show about Dungeons and Dragons. We also have an actual play season coming up next Thursday, which features the amazing Connie. So please come along and check that out. As Three Black Halflings. You can find us on any podcasting app that you use and on Twitter at TB Halflings. Thank you so much for letting me be here and do this. This was so much fun.
Absolutely, this was so great, and thank you to everyone who donated. We blasted past our $100 tip goal with $125 after PayPal takes a stupid cut for Jasper. Jasper's tip jar. Hell yeah! Thank you so much for supporting people of color in TTRPGs and actual play stuff. We really appreciate it. We will see you all next week on Transplanar RPG for Arc 4 Episode 1 of our new arc on September 4th at 3 p.m. U.S. Central Time. It's bound to be crazy. It's bound to be a good time. What's gonna happen to these folks? Who knows? Long boy seeing everyone. That was amazing. And now we're gonna raid Persephoros, who, if you don't know who she is, she's amazing. She's a trans streamer. She's a brand new cast member on the 7 of Dimension 20. Very talented. Let's give her a raid. She's playing Mass Effect 2. Oh god, I think I just hit raid.
Yep,
Without-
we're gone. We're out.
I'm so accident.
God.
I usually put us on a goodbye screen. Whoops. I'm gonna do that right now, actually. Whoops.
What?